Hello friends, thank you for tuning in. I'm gonna get started here in like 1 minute. Maybe 2 minutes. But yeah, we're doing a modded playthrough today. Should be fun. It should be fun. Okay, hello friends, welcome to a Tuesday stream. Let me make a quick timestamp. It's 7 minutes. One quick second reminder that we do have the giveaway still going for another 5 days, so there is that. And what are we doing today? Well, Agatoki had shared this mod in our Discord, and it's called the Abusive Enemy Movesets mod. So this mod is like, it's in its infancy. This is still like version 1. It just came out a few days ago. So keep that in mind as we play through this. It could get updated, right? But let's take a look at the actual mod stuff. So this is what we've been listening to. But here is the mod itself. So this is the Abusive Enemy Movesets mod. The link is in our description. By the way, thank you for tuning in, Juan and Deputy Dog Blankets. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, here it is. Let's read about it because there's kind of a lot to read through. So first and foremost, it will affect these enemies and bosses: Infectors, Defilers, and Mutated Defilers, Barnacles, Cricket Butchers, both Lurker variants, Borlets and Mutated Borlets, Lesser Behemoths, and then 4 bosses: Behemoth, Stalker, Democrawler, Juggernaut. So I'm going to do a full playthrough today just for fun, but if you wanted to download the mod and just fight against the bosses, it would be these 4 bosses. And then as far as like in a normal playthrough, you know, we'd run into Infectors all the time. Defilers, yeah, we shoot them and kill them. Barnacles, we backstab like 1 or 2. Cricket Butchers, yeah, we fight a couple in the construction zone, so we'll actually encounter that. Lurkers, pretty much never encounter. Borlet, Mutated Borlet, we never encounter. Lesser Behemoth, we never encounter, and we don't fight Behemoth normally. So unless you're doing like, you know, Kaya's side quest, these are going to be the real 3 bosses that we're going to fight differently. Stalker, Democrawler, Juggernaut. Okay. This guy made a video as well. I watched like 30 seconds of it and I was like, okay, I get it. I'm not going to watch this because I don't want to know exactly how everything is different. But here's the key changes. So it's a lot of text. Modified enemies can and will attack or grab Eve while Eve is still getting up. Modified enemies have movesets containing multi-combo chains, repeated grabs, counterattacks, and follow-up attacks. Modified enemies can grab or knock down Eve repeatedly if the player does not intervene. Eve gets up slowly after landing on the floor for 0.2 seconds without having to press dodge or jump. And Eve can perform fast get up during normal get up animation to dodge repeated attacks. So I don't fully understand when she would get up slowly, but I guess this is kind of like I remember when Wuchang came out, that was like a whole thing. It's like, oh my gosh, you get up so slowly. So I don't know. We'll just see what that feels like. Swapped out some enemy attacks with grabs if the animation is visually similar. Disabled some grab... You know what's interesting about this? Is that if an enemy attack looks like... I mean, it just says swap out the enemy attacks with grabs. But if it was normally a regular attack that you could parry, and now it's a grab, you can't parry grabs, obviously. So, I mean, unless somehow in this mod, grabs are now parryable. So we'll see if they like have an animation to show that they're unblockable. I don't know. But in general, we're only going to be fighting... We fight so few actual enemies in our playthrough that are affected anyway. We'll just see how that actually plays out, if it makes a difference. Disabled some grab camera, except for the ones that don't follow the player model when disabled. Buffed level 1 defense and shield gears to extend Eve's damage tolerance. We probably won't use those, but they buffed those specific gears. Option to hide or disable Eve's sword and sword stance in combat. I'm not entirely sure what the point of this is. And then we have even more changes, all these subtle changes. And then there's even more changes, which we'll get into in a sec. So, replaced some light attack sounds and reactions with strong attack sounds. I don't fully understand this. Added strong attack hit sound for grabs that seem too quiet. Fine-tuned grab animation, slow-mo, timing, and scale to extend their durations. Alright. Eve performs a weak second dodge. This you can feel immediately. Eve performs a weak second dodge first, followed by repeatable first dodges. So, this guy probably wasn't thinking about new game playthroughs, which is what we're doing, obviously, because that's all we really do. And so, if you have double dodge, you would just do like her weak little, like her little backflip that she does sometimes. I never play with double dodge. It's like one of the few skills I do not ever like to research. But we're only gonna have that weak little backflip. So her normal backstep is not an option anymore. Which, you know, there's some implications for that, of course, but we'll just have to deal with it. There's actually so many changes. I'm gonna play on an Xbox controller just to separate this playthrough because it's gonna be really weird. I'm gonna separate it in my head by just playing on an Xbox controller so that I don't... Basically, I want to get through this as fast as possible so I can forget. And then I can go back to playing the game normally. What I was really interested in is just the different enemy movesets, but there's currently, at this time, there's no way to just play with those movesets. You have to play with all this other stuff as well. Disabled perfect dodge when not locked on. This is crazy. This means that when we go through Spire, we can't dodge missiles. I mean, I guess unless theoretically, if I like locked onto an enemy to then dodge a missile. Hey, Robin, thank you for tuning in. But basically what this means, and also when I'm running away from stuff, and also this means that I can't do my dodge boost thing. Like, you know how when we run through the tunnels, there's like if you ever perfect dodge past an enemy, anytime you perfect dodge, obviously you get a free rush. So you can press triangle right after a perfect dodge and you can rush for free. And then you still have your actual rush that consumes the rush gauge. You have that too, so you get a double rush. That's impossible now with this mod on. But that's just like a little speed thing. The main thing is that when we go through the Spire, we cannot dodge turrets, the missile turrets. So there's that. Added a window to be hit mid-perfect dodge if another attack lands between 0.3 seconds to 0.45 seconds of the dodge animation. What this basically means is perfect dodge is nerfed, and now where you might have had more personal expression before in the middle, let's say like there's a 5-hit combo, maybe you would have dodged in the middle of something, but now it's better to just parry stuff, unless it's all unblockables. But the way that, at least in the normal game, the way that unblockables are tuned is that, for the most part, like, Belial comes to mind immediately. Like, if you dodge his first attack, the second one is also dodged within that first attack. So that's like the first thing where I can see this being a problem, where I'll get hit automatically at the beginning of Belial, unless I do something else to interrupt him. Because he does like an unblockable and then another attack, and that attack hits you while you're still in the unblockable animation, or rather the perfect dodge animation. But now, how this will really affect things is now I'll basically just be parrying stuff instead of mixing in dodges. That's how this will affect that. Disabled QTE success fail sound effect. I'm not sure what the point of this is. Improved grab attacking. Grab attack tracking for Cricket and Juggernaut. So I guess they have longer range potentially, or well, tracking means they should turn more. So I guess if you are barely to the side of them, it should still track you. Okay, interesting. Debuff level 1 speed and double-edged gears to reduce melee attack speed and power. Brutal. Eve turns upon receiving attacks. What I can only surmise from this is that if you get hit by an enemy like behind you when you're running through an area, Eve will now turn around to them. So it's just going to slow us down, but we'll see how that actually plays out. I have not played with this mod yet. I've just booted it up for 2 seconds just to make sure it worked. And there's some things we got to talk about once we get into the game too. By the way, for anyone tuning in, we're currently reading over all of these changes that, that encompass the mod that we're going to be using for the full playthrough, and then we're going to jump in. Eve runs... Also, hi Agatoki, thank you for tuning in. Eve runs and jogs slower and more casually when not locked on. We're always going to be sprinting, so it doesn't matter. Shield regeneration disabled for 15 seconds after being down to avoid constant shield breaking sound. Okay. Fixed some death animations where Eve dies standing up but should be laying down. I guess this is kind of just like a little bug fix. I mean, that does happen. It hasn't happened in a while, but yeah, I guess that could still happen in the game. Haven't seen it in a long time, though. And then for future development, they mentioned some things that they want to do. A lot of this is just preferential things as well, but one interesting one to note is that they're going to work on Dozer and Corruptor, so that is cool. So yeah, it's a lot of preferences baked into the mod, which is currently the only reason I'm not more excited about this, but I did want to try it out anyway. And then This is a huge thing that you wouldn't notice unless you go down all the way to the bottom and click into each mod. But all of these mods that this person has also made are baked in to this mod, so there is no separation. It is... I tried. I also messaged them. I doubt they'll reply to me. But I was asking them, like, is there any way to just play with the, you know, the enemy changes? So if they ever respond to me, I'll let you know. But all these things are baked in. So let's look at some of these, because these are very... They change the game a lot. I'm going to open every single one. So first and foremost, enhanced air dash. So I'll basically just be avoiding... We're pretty much not going to do any speedrun tech that we would normally do, because our air dash is now 3 times. So I'm not sure what the point of this is, but you now have a ×3 air dash. It also says allow continuous air dashing. Allow directional movement after air dashing to adjust point of landing. So things that fundamentally change platforming, and you'll see it immediately. It's crazy. Like, you air dash so far. Another reason why I'm playing on Xbox controller, just to separate this mod's quirks with regular gameplay, just because I played the game so much. Like, if you've only played through this game once, it's interesting because, like, a lot of these preferential changes that they've made that are included, that are baked in, like, they're forced on you if you just wanted to play with, like, the different enemies, like, they would lead me to think that, like, because if you've played the game a lot, you want to, you know, use your muscle memories that you have, right? As far as, like, just the basic gameplay, like your platforming and the combos, which we'll get to in a sec, because the combos are also different a little bit, or a lot of it, I should say. Yet, if you were like a newer player where all of that stuff isn't so ingrained in your muscle memory and in your brain, you're probably not looking for a mod where it makes the game harder. So it's an interesting decision to me. But there's this enhanced air dash. So we're just going to avoid air dashing because it's just going to be really weird. And we're going to avoid doing some speed tech. So regain ammo and no stun lock when shooting. This is also baked in. So it's a lot, I know. Regain ammo upon hitting enemies when using Eagle Eye and Eagle Eye Mark II exosuits. Now this is basically like, you know how when you level up the Eagle Eye either Mark 1 or Mark 2, when you level up to the 3rd tier, when you hit a weak point, you'll have the chance to get some ammo back. Now it just is always. So you're always regaining ammo, but then the gun is nerfed. So no longer stun lock enemies and bosses when shooting them with slug, shotgun, rockets, stinger missiles, and level 1 to 2 blaster cell. This is actually kind of an interesting change because now you can mix in some shotgun shots without interrupting the boss, which is pretty cool. I actually like that. So we'll see how that plays, because now it's like I can stylistically mix in some shotgun shots without, you know, completely stopping the boss, and I can still, basically it's kind of like it's an advantage in a way, because I can continue parrying them and building energy and stuff while also dealing damage to them with my shotgun. And then also says reduce cooldown timer by 0.25 seconds after lowering gun before raising gun again. I guess you can just put your gun up. So it's going to feel kind of weird doing aim canceling just because this is going to be fundamentally different. So I'll actually probably try not to do aim canceling too much just because the gun goes up and down faster, according to this, which is strange. Added 0.2 seconds to ensure gun is completely up before Eve can fire. So wait, hold on. So it's quicker, but then it's also slower. I don't know. We'll see how this all plays out. But yeah, it's going to be weird. It's going to be a lot of quirky things with this mod involved. And then looks like they did some adjustments here. Direct hit with any ammo type will now generate ammo of all types. Okay, so any one type of ammo shot you do will regen other ammo types too. Huh. Okay, adjusted probability of ammo generation for Eagle Eye Mark 1, 2, always 100%. Okay, so that's one mod. More stuff baked in. Eve's gunfire, rate of fire tweaks. Shotgun rate of fire increased. Shotgun damage decreased. Rate of a bunch of things, like little things just randomly changed. Replace shotgun firing sound to sound. I wish this wasn't here, but this is also baked in. You have to play with a different sounding shotgun. Eve's combo tweaks. This is the biggest change that was the main reason I was like, oh, I'm not going to play on a normal DualSense. So basically, we're not going to be able to do Onslaught 3. It has a different command now, so it's in the game. It's just executed differently. Obviously, I don't want to get used to that. There's also some kind of extended combo. I'm not going to ever use that. Reduced end of combo wait time after most combo finishers. Rush and chain. Rush and rush chain. From this, I can only figure out that they mean. All I can gather from this is that they made the recovery times less. So all attacks, it's like a fighting game. Everything has a startup, active, and then recovery phase. But when I played for 2 seconds to test it out, that is not what I found. So it's very weird, and we're heavily nerfed, and the combos are very strange. but I'll show you guys once we get into the game. But yeah, so these are the changes. Changed rush. God, I wish this wasn't here either. Changed rush chain combo follow-up key from triangle to square. One of my favorite combos, rush chain 1. I use it all the time. I'm not going to be using it here. Or maybe I will because I'm playing on an Xbox controller, but I'll try just not to use it because that's just really strange. Don't want to get used to that. And it says allowing onslaught combos to be executed after rush. So what's interesting about this is I understand what the point is because if you do if you have rush chain researched, you cannot just do a rush and then start tapping triangle to do an onslaught combo. So now you do it with square, but the thing is you can just aim cancel for, half a second and then do you could do any combo, so you could do any onslaught combo, but instead now it is changed. So I will, for the most part, I'll try to avoid using all this stuff because I played the game so much I don't want it to affect anything. I'm playing on a different controller too to avoid affecting anything with my muscle memory. So yeah, and then another really strange thing, all combos can be performed while guarding. So there's this as well. I have no idea what the point of this is. Unless you're like a brand new player, maybe. If you're brand new though, you wouldn't be using a mod like this. That's what's really strange to me. But yeah, you can do all your combos while you're guarding. So while holding down L1, you can do combos. And then you just, obviously, you exit the guard stance, but there's all that. So these are things that we got to look out for. Basically, I'm taking everything. I'm trying to be open-minded. When I saw this originally, and when I played it for 2 seconds last night, just to make sure that it worked, I was like, oh, I don't want to play this. But I'm trying to be open-minded because I'm basically looking at these as nerfs. So we have a ton of nerfs built in to the main thing, the main course, the main entree is just the different enemy behaviors. And then we can unlearn triplet and slash. That's kind of cool, actually. I like this mod because this would be handy in some challenge runs. So you can use an SP initializer and actually unlearn triplet and slash. So that is nice if you wanted to. But that's the mod. Again, all these things are baked in as far as I can tell, and I tried. There's no way to just play with the enemy movesets. I tried downloading just this too, Abusive enemy moveset, and everything is still baked in with the combos are changed and all that. So we're just gonna play with this. But first, let me show you. Let me stop the music. Let me show you a bit more about some differences once we're actually in game. So let's go over here to my main monitor. And oh, Rebirth got patched today, so they has frame gen now. Pretty interesting. I was messing with it for 2 seconds, but I didn't get to play around with it much. Turn on my controller, and the layout should still work even though we're on Bluetooth on an Xbox controller. Nice. Okay, by the way, thank you everybody for tuning in again. Akai Neko, hello, Agatoki, Juan, Antidoto, Sravin, Blankets, Deputy Dog. I appreciate all you guys. But yeah, I'm gonna start the game after we activate the mod. Let me show you real quick. The only thing we have enabled is I'm just going to turn on Abusive Enemy Moveset. So this is the only thing I have enabled. So I tried downloading it individually, but it still changes all your combos and stuff and fundamentally changes the gameplay, which, we kind of just got to treat it as we have a ton of huge nerfs. And based on all these notes, it seems like the developer really was just thinking about New Game Plus, but we're going to play through a new game because that's our preference. Let's see, Juan, you said you got a 15 out of 230, maybe like 223 possible shinies. Yeah, you're almost a tenth of the. No, you're more than a tenth of the way there. No, you're less than a tenth. Oh my gosh, you're like 1/16th of the way there, something like that. Like a 16th. Hold on, what is that? 230. Oh, you're 15th of the way there. 15.33. I was kind of close. Okay, if you're jumping to this timestamp, I just finished reading all of the mod notes. Oh, we don't need our hit counter today, actually. We can get that out of here. Oh, I should put a death counter, though. Let's do a death counter. Hang on. So I'll go over here to... I'll go to my souls layout, because we need a death counter. Bam, put that in there. Hello, Sid. Thank you for tuning in. New mod. Yeah, it's a new mod. Just came out maybe, like... 3 days ago, but it's linked in the description. I just finished reading over the entire notes. Also, hello, Eat Your Nugget. Thank you for tuning in. What do you use that other build for? That other build for? Oh, my 1.1.0? That's for speedrunning. Because there's skips you can do on 1.1.0 that you can't on the current patched build. But yeah, here I've just got parking tower save. I'm going to show now some big changes, some huge nerfs, because earlier I was talking about how the this guy has, the developer, they have a combo tweak mod that is baked in. There is no way to separate them at this time. So in the future, you might be able to enjoy the enemy behaviors, the changed ones, without this, because check it out. So first of all, if I hold down, notice how, look, the normal input for Onslaught 3, right, is triangle, square, hold, square. This is not a combo anymore. To do it, it's like something else. It's some other input. Doesn't matter. We're not going to use it. The backstep is now this. So when you have double dodge researched, you would get this as like your second dodge sometimes. I am a huge hater of double dodge. I never use it. But earlier I was saying that this guy probably was just thinking about New Game Plus for this, but we're going to do a New Game Hard playthrough. But yeah, this is our dodge now. Granted, it doesn't matter too much because when we're dodging, we should only be getting perfect dodges. But like one instance where I can think of is at the end of Matrix 11. During the Matrix 11 final boss, like if you didn't want to do the repulse, you can backstep and then you're out of range of it. That might not work anymore because this is like a shorter range backstep. So there's that. But here is the biggest change, the hugest nerf, is that now you basically cannot cancel out of startup frames for attacks. So, for example, here, let me show you Incursion 4. Okay, square, 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 triangle, triangle, right? Here's Incursion 4. Now, sometimes you'd want to parry right after the third light hit. So square, 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 triangle. But while you're still in the air, those are the startup frames. And you can cancel out with a parry or a backstep, actually, or a dodge, rather. Normally, here, watch what happens. I'm going to hold it down, nothing. You can see my input layout, so nothing. You cannot now cancel out of startup frames. That is an enormous nerf. So basically, combos are extremely dangerous now. And I was thinking in my head, oh, okay, I can just put on a bunch of speed gears to kind of compensate for that. So I'd probably do this playthrough with a lot of speed gears. However, they nerfed the speed gears. So it's going to be hard to play Stellar Blade. We're going to have to play like it's Dark Souls or something. And just see how it plays. I don't know how fun this will be, but it's a challenge mod overall. And so we're going to do it. We're going to do a full playthrough. But yeah, that is an enormous nerf. Enormous. Just in case maybe you aren't that familiar with the combat system, let me uncheck the mod and I will show you how it normally plays. So let me go over here. Let me disable this. Let me click purge. I don't know if you got to do this, but I pretty much click purge every time. And now I will reboot the game. And then I'll just show you how much freedom you have to parry or dodge in startup frames. Because like there's a lot of attacks, there's a lot of combos that I frequently use constantly. Like it's gonna feel kind of weird. Like especially during boss fights where like I have like, okay, I can do these combos and then I can parry this at this stage in a combo. So yeah, I basically just installed the Dark Souls mod for the game. In a way, yeah. Did they perform air combos? I don't know. Let's try the air. Did they nerf the air combos? I'm gonna check right now. It ain't Dark Souls yet until you lose your SP every time you die. See, that'd actually be a funny change. So check it out. I just uninstalled the mods. Watch. I'm just gonna hold down L1. You can do this by holding down L1. So I'm gonna do bang, bang, bang. You can hear the startup on the heavy attack. Instant. That is now nerfed. Gone. You cannot do it. So basically, our combos are very, very committal. And so we're gonna see how it plays out. But that is basically all I wanted to show you. Again, look. See, anywhere in the startup frames, you can cancel out of it. With a dodge as well. So you can... This is extremely handy, obviously. But we'll see how it plays. We'll see how hard it is once we actually get into it. And for anybody else just tuning in, I was talking earlier about how I actually am playing very deliberately on my Xbox controller. Because I want to get through this playthrough as fast as possible and forget the like the combo and gameplay changes. Because what I really want to enjoy is I want to enjoy the bosses. I want to see how they're different. Because I'm a huge fan of gameplay changes like the Malevolent mod for Sekiro. Like the coolest mod ever. I watched Ongbal do like Malevolent Genichiro. That is like one of the sickest videos. I've probably seen that video at least 100 times. And so I was like, oh cool, I hope someone makes gameplay mods for Stellar Blade. And we'll see how cool the bosses are. I'm sure they're going to be very badass. This aggressive enemy AI thing, I tried separately. I tried doing this one by itself to see if it let me play with normal combos, but it did not work. So we don't need this ever again. Uninstall that. This is the default one. So when you download the mod, this is the main file. You would just install this. And then, at least if you're using a mod manager, all you got to do is check all of these. You don't want to check all of them, and I'll show you why in a second. Once we get here to the bottom, once we get to character stance table, you can only put 3. If you start clicking on these other ones, it gets all janky. So basically, I just put the first 3, and it should work normally. From what I gathered from reading the mod page, these are different sword options. Like one of them is an invisible sword, but when I put these 3, the first 3, Eve's sword is there normally. So it's closer to normal. So I'm going to put that and install selected. And now we can just go ahead and jump in. So let's get rid of monitor capture, go game capture, and boot up the game. I've got a death counter. It should work. It should still work. We haven't used this thing in a long time, but I think it'll work. Hang on. Okay, there's Stellar Blade number 1. And then let me pull up my stream deck. So the button for death counter should be, it says disabled. Why are you disabled? Counter, bar rater, stream counter. Well, I'm not sure actually why it's disabled, so maybe we're not going to use a death counter. Damn, my death counter is broken. A file name must be set for counter to work. Hang on. That should be in the same spot. One sec. This might have been like, maybe it just got lost, like going through Windows 11. But go to my content creation folder. I should have the death counter thing here. I think a death counter would be useful because I'll probably die a lot. Oh, here we go. It's this. Alright, well, this is odd. I can't select the text file for the death counter. Try again. Nope, it's not opening up like the file directory so I can put it. Okay, whatever, not a big deal. To be honest, we don't even need the death counter. I was thinking it'd be funny, but I can't be bothered. I just thought of this like right now, like, oh, maybe I should put a death counter. We'll just go back to the normal thing. So this is my normal layout. Perfect, everything's working. Let's jump in, shall we? New game. We'll just use this one and play on hard. Okay, so we're now beginning the challenge. Yeah, 0 deaths. We're not gonna die at all. Deathless run, first try. Is it only the bosses that are changed? No, it's there's some regular enemies too. The only bosses that are changed are basically Stalker, Juggernaut, and Demo Crawler. But the link to the mod is in the description. It's the very first link, and you can see exactly what's affected at the very top. Hey Pope, thank you for tuning in. Surely the counter would have stayed on 0 anyways. You guys are so nice. Thank you. Dude, Ongbal needs to be sponsored by Sony with the way he just pairs up bosses. I'm glad he's gotten so much recognition. He's awesome. I mean, especially in the past, just in the past like couple years, his channel's really blown up. Like, it's like doubled in subscribers, I want to say. Our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. You know, it's kind of funny. I like, sometimes I'll see videos, they'll say, this video is sponsored by me. I think I said hi to everybody. I'm pretty sure. I didn't miss anybody, right? Yes. There you go, Taki. That's an optional QTE, by the way. If I ever played X-Men Legends 1, Wolverine has an ability that boosts attacks and speed, attack speed and movement speed by 40%, and there's an item that boosts speed by 25%, and Gambit boosts speed by 20%. Wow, they all have overdrive? Since I'm already using a different controller and the entire combat is also different, why not complete the set and also change the voices? Oh, sure, good idea. You know what? That is a good idea. Let's put a different language. Let's do, I don't know. Let's do... I'll just do Japanese. We haven't played in Japanese in a long time, because we mostly play on Korean and Chinese. Just watching on your phone while working and didn't want to have the stream closed. Check it out later. Yeah, it's really like 10 enemies and 4 bosses. But one of the bosses, though, Sid, is Behemoth, which I'm not going to fight. I'm kind of scared. I guess I have no reason to be scared just yet. It's just, it is so crazy not being able to cancel out of recovery frames. Or startup frames. Oh, like I can't even my dash is now shorter. Oh, never mind. So I guess we just jog through this. My little just pressing circle is significantly shorter. Oh my gosh, you see this? Wait, I should just fly around like this then. Let's just fly around with this. That is ridiculous. Wait, why didn't I parry that? Oh, because I was doing an attack. Okay, so 1, 2. So pretty much, I'm gonna be just attacking less. This is gonna be really hard if I try to just attack normally. So, like, all right, I'm gonna stop and then just wait. Okay, so let's fly around with our super air dash. It looks kind of comical. Okay, I have no idea why this is part of the mod. Maybe they intended it to be used as like a different way of dodging to get away from enemies. Right there, I should have parried that, but I literally could not have. It was impossible. 1, 2. Again, I talked about it earlier, but we are unable, with this mod, we are unable to parry or dodge in startup frames. So all of our attacks are heavily nerfed. We cannot parry or dodge in startup frames. That is huge. So, oh, and another thing, which I wonder how it works exactly, but another nerf is that you cannot perfect dodge if you're not locked on. Which immediately I took as like, okay, Spire turrets are going to be really hard because we can't dodge them. But I wonder if that means that if I'm locked onto like enemy X, can I still perfect dodge enemy Y? Not sure. We're gonna find out naturally, probably. Hey Me'ame, thank you for tuning in. What does this mod do? Okay, so basically the first roughly half hour of the stream, it's a lot. The thing is, it's a lot of information, so I would happily explain everything, but it's really a lot. If you're really interested, I recommend checking out the first link in my description. But basically, we have a bunch of nerfs to our combos and our movement and stuff. With simultaneously, we have a super buffed air dash. Some of the gun things are different, and then the main thing is that enemy behaviors are different. So enemies are more aggressive, and some enemies have different combo flow charts, basically. And they might grab you where in the past, in the normal game, they might have just only attacked you. Now they'll have grabs. They can do grabs out of like different combo strings. It's all different, but not for every enemy. It's like 14 enemies, 4 bosses. I know Democrawler, Stalker, Juggernaut, and I'm pretty sure the last one is Democrawler, Stalker, Juggernaut. Oh, and Behemoth. And Behemoth is the other boss. Those bosses are affected. The other bosses are not affected. And then there's like 10 enemies. Defilers, Infectors, the Cricket Butchers, the Cricket Slashers too, I think. Barnacles. A lot of enemies. But yeah, there's a list there. Hey Mark, thank you for tuning in. Hello Jonathan Ka, thank you for tuning in. Just wanted to say thanks for being the reason you were able to finally beat Raven on hard mode with your videos. Watching this from work, hell yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, I appreciate you. If you're not in the Discord, I recommend checking out the Discord. We have a giveaway going on right now. But anybody watching at work, thank you. As well, Sid, I know you're watching on your phone. Because I do the same shit. I literally, if I'm bored at work and I'm not like researching something, I'll just put on a stream and just listen to it. Or like a long, you know, like a long podcast. I always like listening to something. And I'll just have one earphone in at work and just do it that way. Anyway, here's our first boss. We have Brute. Now, I do have a super buffed air dash, so maybe this won't be so bad. But I think what I'm going to do is just not attack very much and make sure I get my retribution. Hang on, so let's see. It looks like the air combo is still good. 1 and 2 and 3. I'll try to get a combo in. Okay, my beta skill does still interrupt. You see the distance I got? It's like a ×3 air dash. It's crazy. That was risky. 1. Oh yeah, I don't have my gun yet, of course. 3 string. 1 and 2 and 3. Oh, another thing is that typically, you know, I would do a lot of I would do like a lot of light attacks in between parries. But now, since our attacks are all nerfed, I don't know how safe that'll be. Did that even do any damage? Wait, what the hell? 1 and 2. Yeah, I did like no damage. Oh, the shield break also doesn't do anything. Brute did not get stunned after a shield break. Just a super air dash. 1. Anyway, you gotta go into this open-minded. You gotta be really open-minded to play something like this because there are so many changes. But evidently, I still have goals with this game. We're trying to do hitless and stuff, so I can't just like forget all my muscle memory, which is why I'm playing on a different controller. I'm hoping that playing on a different controller will help separate in my head that we're doing something unusual today. And then when we get back into it next time, everything will just come back to us. Would love to play Stocky and Stellar Blade 2. Me too, Agatoki, me too. 1. 1 and 2 and 3. 4. Oh, 4, 5. Oh yeah, that's a 5 string. I forgot he has those. 1 and 2. We haven't had a very long fight with brutes in a while, so just completely forgot that was a thing. Okay, so the retribution. Yeah, the thing is we're playing on new game hard, so yeah, retribution isn't a lot of damage. That's the thing. We've just been playing on normal a lot, so I was taken aback slightly. 1 and 2 and 3. Delay 4, 5. Okay. 3 string. 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2. Alright, I want to kill him with a retribution. 1. We might just have to do a lot of air combos, which I typically don't like doing, but if it's the safest, you know, it'll be very legit. Alright, so there's Brute. Bosses have 5 times HP on hard compared to normal. Yeah, they have a good extra chunk of health. It's definitely like kind of designed to be playing through on New Game Plus. Originally, when this game came out, you needed to beat the game at least once to unlock hard mode. But now they have since patched in, you can start off on your very first playthrough if you want. You can play through on hard if you want to. Ninja Gaiden 4 is so good. Yeah, Mark, I see that you're enjoying it. I know you're also really liking the soundtrack. I'm going to play it one day once I get my once I get Game Pass. Next time I get a month of Game Pass, I will play through Ninja Gaiden 4 and we'll do a whole stream on it. It'll be very fun. Yeah, no, Stravin, the air dash is literally 3 times the distance. Akai Neko, it actually in the mod page it says ×3, so it is, and it feels fast. Okay, we're at 8:07 now. New timestamp. Hey, we're about to run into one of the first enemies that is changed. The barnacles are changed, as well as the cricket slashers. Wait, no, I think only the cricket butchers, so we'll see. I guess we're not going to fight any changed enemies just yet. Oh yeah, also these guys don't get stunned from light attacks. Look at that. Normally, the little spiders, the creepers, they would get stunned from any attack. Here, nothing. So even they are going to be kind of sketchy to fight. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how this goes. You know what I think I'm going to do? just to play around with it. I mean, it's completely absurd and ridiculous. But I'm going to use this air dash in just as like instead of sprinting. Because it's just faster than sprinting. This is so funny. Like seeing it's just so crazy looking. Oh my gosh, leave me alone. One of you guys die, please. Okay. I can't stun them. And you know what else? Because you know what the other thing is? It feels really bad doing my usual. So how you would normally run through the game, right? Is you would do a rush and then you would do a dodge cancel out of it. But that feels terrible to do because it's nerfed. So look, let me just show you again. Oh wait, hang on. I can just jump across that, right? Yeah, we can make that. We can make that easily. So like bam. And then I got a tiny little... I get like a tiny little dodge, so it doesn't feel the same. Oh my gosh. Hang on, I don't even have perfect dodge yet, so I gotta be very careful. Okay. But yeah, check it out. So like here's my usual rush and then dodge cancel out of it. See, that is not satisfying. So I'll probably just be doing this all game. And by the way, the reason it's like that is because they changed it so that when you do a regular backstep, it's now this. So it's the weaker dodge. That is now your normal backstep. Because I think that the developer of this mod intended it for it to be played on New Game Plus. And I guess they also assume most people would play on with double dodge research, which I don't like that ability, so I never research it. Maybe we'll research it for this playthrough, I don't know, because like, we'll see. I mean, this won't affect perfect dodging. It shouldn't affect perfect dodging at all, but it does affect rush into dodge, into sprinting. It doesn't feel good. It actually feels quite slow. Yeah, it does not look great. It does not look great. Heavies only stagger enemies. Yeah, I think that the creepers were getting staggered by the heavy attacks. Or you're right, Sravan. Good eye. Because I was thinking in my head, I would normally never do... I would just, you know, I would do like some light attacks on them and stun them. But in this case, I gotta be very careful with all enemy groups, so... It's gonna be an interesting playthrough. Have I played the other Ninja Gaiden games? Oh, I guess you're talking to Mark? I've only played Ninja Gaiden 2 Black myself, and I've played Ninja Gaiden 1 on NES. But I've never played, like, any of the other ones. We did a full playthrough on stream of Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. It was very fun. It was a single-sitting playthrough. It was crazy. What was cool about that stream, too, is that we had all sorts of, like, new folks who had never been to my stream before, and they stuck around. It was really cool. They stuck around for a lot of the stream, and a bunch of people were there for the very ending. Unfortunately... that stream was when I learned that YouTube VODs, like live VODs, they have limits of 12 hours. So you cannot do a live VOD longer than 12 hours. You can stream for as long as you want, but the VOD will only be preserved for 12 hours, and that's it. What that basically means is you gotta cut your stream off at 12 hours and then start a new stream. Otherwise, you'll lose some of the stream. And that happened to me, so we lost like the last 2 bosses of the playthrough, but then I just did them again the next day for completion's sake. Because it would have bothered me. I think I'm going to need a lot of materials, so I'm going to grab some of these boxes. I expect we're going to want to upgrade some stuff. I'll probably maybe even try out some other things. Well, maybe not. Like, I'll probably grab the usual. Obviously, I'm going to get the Eagle Eye, but then I'll also probably play through with suppression for the whole, as much of the game as I can. Okay. Does it say the last 12 hours or the first 12? The first 12. So basically, for my Ninja Gaiden playthrough, I did a 14-hour stream, but I lost the last 2 hours. That's what happened. And then separately, I did a stream the next day to finish off what basically the chapters that got cut off. I'm just gonna Retribution this guy, because I think it'll be a lot easier. than him going all crazy on me. Please kill him. I don't want it to do the poison cloud. Okay, nice. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to... Oh no, I gotta fight this. I gotta fight the Hydra. Damn it. Please keep attacking me. Okay. One more parry. Okay. If you parry their projectiles, by the way, it does not lower their balance. And actually, this is true for any enemy or attack. If you parry projectiles, it'll increase your beta energy, but it won't damage their balance. So there's that. Assuming they have balance. Which most with projectiles, I mean, maybe some of the early enemies in 807 have projectiles but no balance. But in general, like think of like UN. The UN has their big 7 projectile attack. I always parry those, and it charges my beta energy, but it does not reduce their balance. You think for you, Akai Neko, Stellar Blade was a nice difficulty level. Not too hard overall, but Raven on hard mode was harder than most other game bosses you've tried. Yeah, the spike was definitely... There was a big spike in difficulty there, I think, for everyone's first playthrough. I think everybody spent a good while on Raven the very first time. My blind playthrough, that was like the first boss where I was like, oh... And I spent an hour on her just learning, so... Definitely a really fun boss fight the very first time. I mean, actually, that boss just ages like wine. It gets even more fun after you learn it. But the first time, it's like, damn, you know? Which makes it exciting. I hope my barrels strat works here. This better work perfectly. Let's see, 1. Bam. And run away. Oh no, the big spider got away, damn it. That sucks. Hang on, hang on. I have super dodges essentially with this. This is bad. Let me heal again. Ouch. Oh, the big spider. Oh, it's right over there. Luckily, they're just camping. Look at how nice that is. I don't have blink, though. 1 and 2 and dodge. Okay, I failed. 1. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh my goodness, hang on. Kind of scared. Because I don't really want to be doing combos, obviously, because it's dangerous. 1 and 2 and dodge. Okay, so that is working. Oh my gosh, I can't do my rush? Wait, why didn't that work? I think my free rush after dodges doesn't actually work. I'll try it again. Next time I get a perfect dodge, I'll try to do the free rush, but it didn't seem to work. Okay, that's mutated creeper. Here's heavy guardian. This enemy is also unaffected, but please die. They did not die. I'm gonna lead them towards these barrels. Try again. Take 2. I just have failed in every facet, just trying to get this to work. That didn't hit him either? Are you serious? Okay. Well. We just gotta fight him now. Yeah, I can't do my free rush. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's not working. 1. 1. I'm surprised I'm alive. 1 and 2. I'm really unconfident fighting with nerfed combos. 1, 2. Alright. We got it. Do I speedrun this game? I have speedrun this game, yes. Thank you for tuning in, Ken Anderson, 2388. Yeah, if you wanted to see, like, probably... I only have one video. I have one speedrun tutorial. It's a little out of date now, but it's still good for just playing through the game quickly. Like if you're just doing a casual playthrough. But some of the tech, well, really just one big piece of tech doesn't work anymore. Just one in Matrix. But besides that, it's still a good template if you wanted to watch some kind of speedrun content. I have a whole tutorial on the game. You wonder if the sequel will expand on air combat. It's an interesting question because, you know, if they decided to make the game more arcadey, I think the game has like the perfect balance of arcadey combat with methodical combat. Like, I think it shines when it's methodical more than anything. But, you know, I would be cool with if they added like a little bit. If it turned into like a Bayonetta or DMC game, I don't think that would suit the game's really like the style. Like, the boss fights wouldn't feel at all as awesome, I think. But if they added like a little bit, that'd be cool. That'd be very welcome. I would like a little buff to air combat, because yeah, currently there's not much. Barnacle's here? Why are you here? Okay. I'm really surprised that, I guess maybe it was taking me a long time to kill the enemy. Maybe just an aerial parry. I think it'd be so overpowered. Hi Cassandra, thank you for tuning in. I think it'd be so overpowered, it'd be crazy. And that would affect, for me, that would affect a lot of the methodical nature of the combat, which is why I love the game so much. Man, I just got a pair. I have to retribution them. That's like the safest thing, because my combos are all so nerfed. I can't really reliably fight anything. Yeah, you know what it could be as well? Part of the mod is also more aggressive enemy AI, which that could be why the Barnacle chased me. So, there's that. One. Oh, I just got grabbed. Okay, so there you go. Now we have our answer. We have our answer now. This is going to be really hard to play. I think that we're just going to avoid fighting enemies. But at least with the bosses, we can easily recognize. The thing is, as you can see, there's no unblockable circle for what is now a grab. So you just have to watch. You just have to watch. Interesting. That's fine. We'll just avoid fighting enemies, because that's not going to be very fun to like learn without anything to, you know, guide us at all. And again, I don't want to get used to this. But this Barnacle, he just did a grab with no unblockable circle, which means that I have to be very, very cautious. Like, I think that is actually a normal attack. Because the mod does say that. Yeah, you actually can't get up either. The mod does say that some attacks, if they were normally attacks, they might be changed to grabs now if the animation were similar. But there's no unblockable circle. So my instinct is, oh, I can parry that. But no, now you have to... This is where it's like, man, if there were just circles on it, at least I could be like, okay, yeah, this is like an interesting mod. But this would force me to kind of like relearn enemies, which I obviously don't want to do because I played the game so much. So we will avoid that. Any encounter like that we'll avoid. The bosses are really the main thing I want to focus on. And yeah, as you can see, it's really hard to get up. So getting up is also heavily nerfed. I guess kind of like inspired by Wuchang in a way. But it's harder to get up now, and you can continue getting grabbed by the enemies that are buffed. Just by those. Because they will have... Actually, I'm going to get a health upgrade. Just by those enemies that are buffed. But wow, that's crazy. Death counter 1, you're right. Or was it 2 already? Hey, Madax, thank you for tuning in. Also, hello, Miracle Man. The Hydra looks extremely funny. Yeah, when you see them looking... I mean, there's actually a person behind it, controlling it. But usually when you're fighting them, you can't see the whole body. Knockdown nerf, Wuchang inspired. You can't. Yeah, no, seriously. It's like a patch 1.0 Wuchang, right? You just want bosses to have uninterruptible special moves and maybe some stun and knockdown resistance. You think it'd be your favorite combat ever? Yeah, I mean, right now, at least in the base game, pretty much every boss will have at least one uninterruptible attack. For the most part. Juggernaut has a few of them. And I know that they are buffed in this as well. Anyway, I'm a bit of a masochist and then I'm going to be doing a whole playthrough, but if you wanted to just download the mod and check out just the bosses that are buffed, you could do that as well, because it should work in boss challenge. I didn't check, but I'm assuming it does work like that. So if you booted up either Behemoth, Stalker, Juggernaut, or Demo Crawler, all those three that are, or those four that are buffed, they should also be able to fight the different moveset versions in Boss Challenge. I'm gonna spend my 1 extra SP on an ambush, and move on. Call it a day. Yeah, I'll probably get like 2 health upgrades for this playthrough. Have I played the God of War games? Absolutely. Yeah, I love God of War 1 too. I played through 3 more recently, but I also really enjoy that game. And then for the newer God of Wars, I played 2018, like 2 years ago, and then we played Ragnarok last year on stream. And I also like those games as well, but for different reasons. I like the old God of War games because they're short and easily replayable and just a lot of fun to play through over and over. And then I like the newer ones for like the narrative stuff, and like the combat is also very good. I didn't expect the combat to be as awesome as it was. But yeah, the games are just way too long for me to like really play a lot. I think I'd be interested in playing through God of War like 2018 and Ragnarok after like maybe 3 or 4 years of not playing them, because then I'll be like, okay, I want to watch the story again. I want to watch the story unfold. 1, 2. I'm going to end my combos very early. Wait, was that even too early? Still, damn. 1, 2. Or not early enough. 1 and 2. So, if you missed it, at the beginning of the stream, around 29 minutes, I went over how all of our combos are nerfed. The big thing to understand is that I cannot dodge or parry out of startup frames. And so my startup frames are now a huge risk. So you gotta be extremely careful with all your attacks and you gotta play really slowly just to be safe. Like right there, I could not recover there. That's crazy. But yeah, I showed some examples at like 24 minutes into the stream. Or 29 minutes, sorry. Seems like a cool mod. Wish PS5 would support some mods like PS4 did. Do you remember playing Skyrim on PS4 with mods? Oh yeah, I mean, I guess Bethesda, I know they created the marketplace or whatever. I have never played Skyrim on console. I didn't really like that game to begin with, but I never played it on console. So I just remember hearing that like, oh yeah, they added mod support to console, which is like crazy. One, two. I kind of just gotta unlearn. Even that's unsafe? Oh my gosh, I can't even finish that combo. That's crazy. And my rush is broken. That's so unfortunate. You cannot do free rushes in this mod. That doesn't feel good at all. That's like a good source of damage, but it does not work in this mod, so I'll probably just keep tapping the button anyway, as if it did work. But after perfect dodges, the free rush does not work. It just does not work right there. You see, I pressed it, does not work. Let's wait. 1, okay. Do a couple of attacks. 2 and 3. 1, 2, back up. Bang and bang. By the way, this one, that's so unfortunate that even I can't do that combo. I can't do the first 4 hits of Onslaught 2. Damn, and that's like, or Onslaught 4 rather. That's like my favorite combo. Alright, we're just gonna be spamming aerial attacks probably a lot this playthrough, because I think it's gonna be the best one. I mean, it already is the fastest and safest, but in this mod, with how heavily nerfed everything is, we're kind of forced to do the fastest and safest. 1, 2, and 3. 1. Bang and bang. 1, 2. And maybe once I get Beta Chain, we can still do cool combos. But at least for the early parts, I'll just stick to the 1 combo. Unless, maybe like Juggernaut and the last Matrix 11 boss. Those bosses are so passive. Oh, just kidding. Juggernaut's been buffed. So Juggernaut is one of the bosses that is affected by this mod. But like against those guys, I could probably do my usual combos that I like doing. Bang and bang. Interrupt that. I did one attack too many there. Normally that is safe. Normally that would be safe, it's not in this mod. Bang and bang. Okay. Don't forget that Mark mainly plays games for the story. You at least got all 3 lines of Beldam and ZA, so that's 1 hard shiny line out of the way. Nice, Juan, that's awesome. Don't do that. One, two. We'll do one last retribution. Okay. You don't care about story unless it's a story-driven game, Mark? Okay, doke, that's boss number 1 out of the way. On to the next one. It's kind of a shame because I think that it would be really fun, potentially, to mess around with the enemies that are buffed. But the thing is, if all my combos are nerfed, now it's like I have so little reason to want to engage in the combat, you know? So like, because earlier when we were fighting that Hydra plus the Barnacle, because it's also interesting because like the enemy AI is more aggressive, but it's like so hard to fight anything. Like, I'd actually be really curious to play around with, okay, cool. Like, I think it's cool that, okay, some enemies, when you're on the floor, they can still attack you, so there's even more risk to getting knocked over. Which, getting knocked over doesn't happen that often, but, like, if it's a group of enemies, it should happen. But, you know, if I can't even, like, reliably do combos, because for some reason, all of the, like, the ability to cancel out of startup frames is nerfed, then it's, like, it's so hard to engage in combat. It is so hard to engage in combat. Let's grab Focus Boost, actually. Let's grab that right now, just want to make this easier. I'm gonna go ahead and put Blur on. Oh yeah, we're not doing that, we're doing this. So we're gonna move around like this, because we have a triple air dash for some reason. And it's very fast. And I will backstab some enemies here. Because I would like some experience. Yeah, the safety... Hello, Ken Anderson. Oh, wait, I think I said hi to you earlier. My bad. The safety requirements looks like it neuters the fun a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Really just the combos. I'd be curious to try this with just normal combos. Because then at least I feel like I'm playing the game normally and just the enemies are buffed. But here it's like I'm... Like, I could deal with, you know, obviously some buffs to like, oh, I stay down on the floor longer, blah, blah, blah. Like the Wuchang stuff. But I can't even attack normally. So it's kind of a hamper for sure. But again, I'm trying to be open-minded and I'm just looking at it as, okay, we are heavily buffed, or heavily debuffed, extremely nerfed in every facet of Eve, and just kind of treat that as part of the whole experience. Trying to be open-minded about it. But if they ever update this mod and like just make it so that you don't have to play with their version of combat, where like the combos are normal and everything is otherwise feels normal and it's just the enemy buffs, I would love that. I would do another playthrough in that case. Or I would at least fight the bosses again. I don't know about a whole nother playthrough. But maybe. Did that even hurt you? No, didn't reach. Did not reach. Let's go over to this barrel. Okay, get some damage in. Okay, I got 2 spiders at least. Good damage. my gosh. I wish I could have dodged there. Damn. Oh, let's try again. It's also rare that you hear the boss's full soundtrack. Hearing the end part of Abaddon's theme was actually really interesting. Did anyone else hear the female angelic voice softly? Oh, you just mean the phase 2 part? Yeah, the phase 2 part's great. I love all the... It's very, what's the word? Symphonic? With the vocals. It is cool. Don't they have a mod to adjust the damage you and enemies do? Like make yourself do 40% damage instead of 100? And let bosses do 200? I think there are mods like that, but what this mod is doing is modifying the enemy behavior, which is the most interesting thing about it. But then a side effect is our combos, like our combat is just not Stellar Blade combat anymore. It's kind of a lot. Hang on. Okay, let's use the barrel. Let's be smart. That killed at least one. Oh, I killed one, exactly one. Not a great barrel. So since the enemies have more aggressive behavior, like the enemy AI is more aggressive, I can't really just like... Usually these barrels are so good. Usually the barrels are really useful in this room. Not that useful here. Okay, now we got a normal fight. Awesome. One, I'll even heal. Granted, we've done retributions only stuff in the past, so like doing only retributions is totally fine. I can do that as a way of not getting used to the strange combat, because you know my muscle memory I really value quite a lot, and so I don't want to feel like, oh, that combo's not safe when it is safe. It's just the whole frames thing. We can't cancel out of startup frames. It's a big deal. One. Here, let me actually just wait, because I'd rather just parry this guy 3 times. I don't want him to really fight me. Okay. Bang, bang, bang. You think the game is not made for that unless you put it on the speed mods? And yeah, you know what else is that the mods are that was another specific thing, is that the speed mods are the speed gears are nerfed. The speed gears are nerfed. So my solution of just like making myself very fast wouldn't even work. Cause then, like, even though my startup frames are now danger zone, I can't do anything during startup frames. I could at least still do something in the recovery frames. And if that's the case, if I'm just faster, I can kind of just compensate for it that way. By the way, notice how aggressive the AI is that this guy noticed me. That barnacle turned around when they normally would never turn around. I'm still going to backstab them. Okay, here we go. They should not have... I guess maybe their vision is bigger, potentially. I just know their AI is more aggressive. I'd like to... Oh, man. Okay, well, I really just want to kill this dude. Please die. Please die, you're so close. Okay, there we go. Now we just fight this one normally. And not really, I just mean we're going to parry it 4 times. Basically how it is, you don't really care about Wuchang's story, but in changing the story, they also made one of the hardest chapters the easiest, because 60% of the enemies don't attack you. Oh, wow. That's wild. For anybody just tuning in, by the way, at the beginning of the stream, at 25 minutes... No, sorry. From 7 minutes to 25 minutes, that's when I went over the entire mod list. Or, not a list. I went over the mod changes. If you were curious, you can also check out the very first link in my description, and you can read them yourself. But make note that that isn't all the changes. If you scroll to the very bottom of the description page, it says embedded mods, and there is no way to play with the changes to the enemies without those embedded mods. It's just part of the mod. So currently, in its current state, this is how it is. But I would revisit this if the gameplay was normal, with just the only changes being the enemy behavior. Chapter 4, Agatoki, or Mark? How long is Wuchang anyway? How long do you think it'll take me to play through it once we do it? What do you think? Is that like a 5-stream game maybe? Or like longer? I think that Sekiro, when we did Sekiro, it was about a 5 or 6 stream game, I want to say. Okay, well, I'm going to be stopping at every single camp this playthrough. No more energy or SP yet, but I can rest. I'm also going to definitely upgrade my guns, because the guns are nerfed as well, so I'm going to want just better guns. But then they're also buffed in a way. The guns also, anytime you shoot something, you get some ammo back. Every time, but you'll get random ammo back. So that's pretty interesting. How fast can I outrun this guy now? Since we have this just randomly super fast air dash, we can outrun him quite quickly. Wow, that's actually ridiculous. The dozer was never close to us. Please do a Sekiro stream in the future. Probably not going to do a stream on it, because we already did a blind playthrough. Unless I was like doing something in particular. Because yeah, the blind playthrough, we already did that. Well, the aggressive enemy AI means that this dozer followed me. So, we're gonna have to kill it now. I really need beta chain. Oh my gosh, please make it end. Don't kill me! Oh, I barely got away. Alright, well, since this dozer chased us, I gotta kill him. Did not work out. Now what I'll do... Wait a sec, what? Oh. I'll just fight him here. 1 and 2, 3. Oh, you know what? Actually, to be honest, Onslaught 1 might be our saving grace for this entire challenge playthrough. 2, 3. Because it's at least 2 heavy attacks. Since my combos are nerfed, I can just do the first 2 hits of Onslaught 1. And just do that like as my damage source. That can kind of just become my new base damage source. We'll do aerial combo. We'll do 2 hits of Onslaught 1. And those will probably be our main ones, because everything else is really just dangerous to do. I could go for the hardest ending of Sekiro. Sure, we didn't do Sure. I never fought those guys, actually. I just did, I forget what it's called. I think it's called Return? I have no idea what the ending I did was called, but I know it involved a lot of steps. I want to say it was called the Return ending. I'm not sure. That was so long ago. But, anyway, yeah, don't expect any Sekiro content from me. That's just not going to happen unless I'm doing something very deliberately on purpose. Like a casual Sekiro stream, that'll never happen. But if I decide, like, one day, like, oh, you know what? I want to learn, I want to learn the speedrun route for this game or something, then we would play Sekiro. I mean, in the past, I've talked about how I would like to revisit that game. I just don't know about revisiting it on stream. Because I would like to, you know, learn some bosses. I think it's just a fun game to play. Can I get a backstab? Nice. Ouch. Oh, that didn't interrupt him there either. Alright. Let's kill our little robot here. You envy people that aren't bothered by the stuttering and frame pacing spikes on PC games. The game looks so jittery compared to PS5 in your opinion. The Gauntlets of Strength is a fun, diverse boss rush mode there. Yeah, no, it's cool. I'm glad that it has one, because like literally no other FromSoft game has a boss rush mode. Like, what is that? It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. You always wanted to stream Sekiro, but don't have a PC. Now you don't care. Wait, you can't? You could just stream from console though, Mark. Let's go Capcom. Wait, why are we talking about Capcom? You think it'll take me 25 hours since I skip a lot of content? Okay, 25 hours, that's roughly like a 4-stream game. Okay, I like that. That's not too long. Hell yeah. Let's get a free aerial kill right here on this guy. So far, the only enemy that we've encountered where they're very different is Barnacle. Barnacle has attacks that look like attacks, but they're now grabs with no unblockable Q. I had to make sure I did not do an air dash there, otherwise I would have overshot. I would have overshot that. Those are completely. Oh, hang on, I want this. What mods have I tried for this and would recommend? Proto-Spartan, great question. For modded playthroughs, we have done... Spoilers, but we've done some moveset mods with some later bosses, so they don't be spoiled about that, just be aware. But we did the Scarlet moveset mod. It was pretty fun. If you like different movesets, I would recommend that one. We did the Taki one as well, which was cool. We also included the Eve 2 Taki mods to change our physical appearance. 1, 2, and Retribution. And the only one we have not done yet is the Raven one. But the best mod that I would just recommend just generally, that I think everybody should have access to, is download the No HUD mod. That mod is really cool, because you can disable different things. And if you wanted to just play with no HUD, it's pretty awesome. So like if you were making, for example, if you were making like a cool montage, like a combat montage, no HUD is a must-have. And then, besides that, if I look at my mod list, real quick, since I just happen to have it here. Those are like the main ones. Actually, that is the main one. The no HUD mod is awesome. The other stuff is just the, you know, Taki, Scarlet moveset mods, which are cool in their own right. And then we haven't played with the Raven one yet. And that's basically it. But yeah, no HUD. Strong recommend on that one. Oh, as well as, I forgot, with the one we've been playing with recently. Recently, I downloaded the Skin 2 Fusion mod, which, if you go to like my past like 5 streams of Stellar Blade, it's linked in all of those. But it basically what it does is it replaces the skin suit with the fusion suit, and it replaces your sword. Also a strong recommendation. That one we've had no issues with. It works perfectly, and it allows me to actually stream minimum boss mode, like minimum preset boss mode, without my stream getting demonetized. So that's awesome. Love that mod. Huge fan. So yeah, no HUD and Eve 2 or Skin 2 Fusion, fantastic mods. Am I a Nikkei player at all? I've never played Nikkei. I just know about it through like we have some in our Discord. We have Nikkei folks. Like there's a channel for them, and of course I played the Nikkei DLC, so I know like a couple of characters. But no, I've never played. I don't play mobile games. I'm not a fan of mobile games. Let's grab some damage. Oh, we got good luck on the Omnibolt drops. So I can get another gear slot right here. And yeah, I should work on getting Beta Chain ASAP. And normally I would rest to get my health back, but I don't want to do that here. I'd rather just do it at the next camp, because the next camp doesn't have a chair that has like a cutscene attached to it. I'd actually get demonetized for playing with the standard naked skin. Yes, and rightfully so. Like it puts age verification and stuff. Probably most people, I mean, I don't know about most people, but like there's probably I would guess more people that stream the game maybe aren't YouTube partners, and so it wouldn't even affect them. And then they could just use all that stuff. Because, like, at least when the demo came out, there were all sorts of, like, nonsense, like, clickbaity kind of things with the skin suit. And all that stuff should require, like, age verification, etc. ad nauseum. Wish you could do a minimum preset new game run as a speedrun. You could. Nothing's stopping you, right? I mean, I guess you would just, No, actually, never mind. That'd be impossible to set up, because you'd have to... I mean, if you wanted to set up like a just like minimum, the minimum preset is very weird. It doesn't actually give you base damage. Base damage in this game is 450, but it starts you at 490 and then gives you 3 double-edged gears. So you would need like one weapon upgrade, I guess, would be the closest. I think maybe two would put you exactly at 490. But you have to get close to 490, and then you'd also have to go through the game and get the 3 double-edged gears if you wanted like a minimum preset playthrough. So, yeah, that would be hard to set up. You know, it'd be cool if in this game, you know like how God of War 1 and 2, and I think 3 had them as well, but do you remember how God of War games, they had those different skins that would buff different things? So like, for example, I think that COD of War gave you infinite magic. Like, so if you played with the fish suit, that gave you infinite magic. If you played the Tycoon, like where Kratos just has briefcases, that gave you extra money, like more experience drops. It'd be cool if there were things like that in this game, like modes or skins that changed things. Like, they'd obviously not just be like an easy skin you can find. It'd be like you gotta beat the game once and then you unlock this skin. Beat the game again, you get this skin, and it does this effect. So like if there was a skin that just gave you infinite beta energy, I think that'd be pretty cool. Obviously, you can just do that with mods, but it would be cool for just people messing around, you know? It's like, hey, you beat the game twice. Congratulations, you can have a skin with infinite beta. Or, I don't know, make it like a tiara that you wear or something, if you don't want to interfere with the other skins. Or make it a toggle, I don't know. But I think it would suit this game just because it has that PS2 vibe where, you know, it feels like the developers were passionate about the game that some soulless newer games might not have. And so since it has that kind of vibe, I would love some little trinkets, not trinkets, like Easter eggs and stuff like that. Or little bonus things. 1 and 2. Here's the blink. Okay, we got him. I didn't even have to fight that guy, but I chose to. Oh, damn it. I wish I could have done an Onslaught 3 there, but I can't because it's a different input for some reason. This is like one of the spots where I love Onslaught 3. Okay, just tank a hit there. That's no big deal. Alright. We're past the enemies. Oh, this guy's facing me. Damn it. That doesn't often happen. That does not often happen. The enemy was actually facing the door. And 2. Okie doke. Double A U oboe. I don't know about you guys, but did anybody ever see a video back in the day? This is like classic YouTube. Did anybody see the video by Sam Proof on how to make zines? This is such an old video. I have no idea why it just popped into my head the other day. But I remember seeing this is like when I was much younger. This is around like probably 2005, maybe 2006 or something. Early YouTube days. And Sam Proof, I just remember he had dreads. And he did a video on how to make a zine with one sheet of paper. Anyway, I thought of that the other day, and then I made a zine. Because I was like, wow, cool, let me actually do this again. It's been a long time. I feel like everybody's got to have some... Everybody's got to have memories of, like, some of the first videos they watched on YouTube, right? That was one for me. Well, I can just make this jump now. Oh, yeah, easy. With our super air dash. A zine? A zine is like a small magazine. But yeah, I made one here. This is a zine. Let me show you guys my zine. Hold on. 1225. Let me go put blur in the background and then I'll show you my zine. But zine like Z-I-N-E, like magazine. Hello, Sinut. Zao An. It was the Leave Britney Alone guy. Okay, here we go. We got blur. Okay, this is my zine. Okay, so check this out. See this little piece of paper? This is just a regular sheet of printer paper, 8.5 by 11 inches. Sorry, I don't know what it is in millimeters or centimeters, but this is a Just a single sheet of paper that, you know, you fold it a bunch, and then you just make one cut, and then it basically gives you an 8-page little zine. So I was just bored at work. So I was like, here's my Stellar Blade speedrunning handbook. And then I open it, and I've got, look at that, my little key codes. And then I was thinking, like, what should I put in here? Like, I was thinking in my head, like, if I ever actually made a printout and then printed it and then cut it, what would I put in here? What would be kind of useful? I was like, I don't know, skill tree. I could write about the skill tree. I put, like, notable gear that I always like to pick up. I put, like, oh, in my head, I was like, whenever I figure out exactly how I want to get Lily Bar to 100%, I was like, okay, well, number 1, you do Taboo, and then you do Oblivion. And then, what did I put? Burst Energy, Multi-Charge. I was just, like, thinking of, like, what maybe someone who's newer might not know. These things charge Burst Energy more than once when you do them. So the Aerial Incursion N, Rush Chain 1, Onslaught 2, all those things, when you beta chain them, they charge more Burst. So I was just like, you know, but the main thing was this, because I already normally play with this written down somewhere. If I'm actually speedrunning, I'll have these written down just to remember so I don't ever forget. And then I just was like, oh, I can just make a little zine, so that's my zine. Anyway, back to the game. Hey, Kevin, thank you for tuning in. Also, hello, Sean Lafferty, thank you for tuning in. You did one of those for Signalis. That's some kind of... that's a PC game, right? I don't know what that is exactly. But right on, cool. So I'm not the only person who's made a zine. The first YouTube video... Hey, Leo Jackson, good to see you again. Annyeonghaseyo. The first video you ever watched was in middle school, and your friend showed it to you. It was the Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life. I don't know that one either, man. It's interesting, because, like, whatever age, whatever era you got into YouTube at, you're, like, opening... Oh, another big one I just remembered. Charlie Bit My Finger. That one was always on the recommended, like, promoted videos or whatever. That thing had so many views at the time. Oh, damn it. This guy saw me. Never mind. I don't feel like doing this. Just never mind. I was thinking, like, huh, let's just explore a little bit more, but nope. Forget it. So if I do make, like, a proper, like, PDF or something with, like, useful information, I could actually print that out. And, you know, I could distribute it if anybody wanted to make their own zine, because it's easy. You just gotta, you know, print it, and then it's literally, like, a few folds, and then you make one cut. Coming from an autist, that's autistic AF. Thank you, Mark. I'm glad you recognize greatness. I'm glad greatness recognized greatness. That's so funny. You still think the Dutch garbage that you used to watch is the funniest shit ever? Oh, like Dutch YouTube? Interesting. Oh my gosh. I got a shield break there, luckily. Okay, this guy's dead. Thank goodness. Grab this. We need that. Backstab this guy. And then... Dang it, I didn't get it. One... Oh, okay. We weren't on the same level playing field there. 1 and 2. Rather, we were on different geometry, so I didn't get a parry after all. 1. 1 and 2. Your first video was a Daft Punk music video using Lego step motion. I remember one that was not Lego step motion, but it was like hands. Someone was doing it with their hands. So they were dancing with their fingers and stuff. You used to watch voiceovers from Dutch dudes who voice over movies that in today's standards is extremely offensive. Makes sense. Yeah, a lot of old internet wouldn't fly anymore. A lot of it was not PC at all. But I mean, I don't know, maybe like probably Europeans don't really care as much. I think that politically correct stuff that's more of like an American thing, more than anything. I understand like there's, obviously you could be anywhere and not want to be politically incorrect. You could be anywhere on Earth, but I think it's mostly an American thing. As an American myself, I mean, I live in the US, so it's like that's like a big thing here. It's like a big cultural thing. Which doesn't bother me at all. But definitely, you know, I don't know, a lot of funny things I think it should not actually be offensive, but they're considered offensive for some reason. It's like a case-by-case thing, though, of course. Okay. Anyway, we're not talking about that. That is just a huge landmine of a discussion. We're not talking about that. I did not mean to open or invite discussion. Okay, so let's just end that right there. We're not talking about anything that is politically correct or incorrect. Just to be very clear, we're not talking about that. It's also a big thing here. Okay, Mark. Hey, Obama Orb, thank you for tuning in. Whoa, did your avatar change? Obama looks like more magnified. It's been a minute since you were in chat. But I swear, I remember being able to see more of Obama's face. But shout out to Obama Orb, one of our longest channel members. Actually, you're mistaken. The first video you ever saw on YouTube was a video from a channel called Hoofalax. They were a funny dub channel that would create misheard lyrics for foreign movies, songs, etc. Oh, I remember seeing videos like that of misunderstood lyrics, misinterpreted. But it wasn't... I don't think it was... Maybe it was them. I don't remember. A song in particular I remember was... a Shadows Fall song. What was it? It was in Guitar Hero 2. But it was like a Shadows Fall song called... Oh, damn, I cannot remember. It's gonna bother me now. I'll look it up. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up. Oh, The Light That Blinds. I remember seeing a misinterpreted lyrics video on The Light That Blinds by Shadows Fall. If you play Guitar Hero 2, it's one of the songs in there. And I thought it was pretty funny as a kid. It's a little scoped in. Okay, Obama Orb, so I'm not losing myself. I'm not losing my mind. That's such a funny little change to make. You know what else you could do if you wanted to like mess with people? You could like just take your exact avatar and put a little, like a speck of dust on it. And then someone might think like, oh, what the hell? There's a speck of dust on my computer. What the heck? Like edit in a little, you know, like a little tiny little black line so it looks like dust on someone's screen. Your badge changed too? Oh, you didn't have Belial before? Okay, congratulations. Belial is our 1-year channel member badge. Once we get to the point where we're having like 2-year-long members, we'll come up with something for 2-year members because that's the next milestone. For anybody who didn't know, I have a channel membership if you wanted to support me. You don't have to. I appreciate everybody for watching, and I appreciate everybody for lurking too. But I have a channel membership with 2 tiers. There's like a really inexpensive tier, and then like just like you want to support more tier, and we've got a Discord. So all that stuff is in the description. Time for Corruptor. Make a timestamp here. Okay, Corruptor time. Corruptor is unchanged, so this is the same boss as always. I wish that worked. Wait, was that a new attack? I didn't recognize that charge he opened the fight with, but it seemed like 1 and 2, 3. But maybe I'm just confused. One and 2. Okay. You were always wondering where Eve keeps the hyperdrive at? Bottomless pockets. Oh, take care, Mark. Have fun playing Neo 2, and good luck, man. Oh, with Jackson? Hell, that sounds like a lot of fun. Enjoy it. One and 2, 3. You know what I just realized? I forgot I never put on the chain type exospine. Dang it. I'll put it on right after this. Oh, I didn't even put on any gears either. Yeah, I'm not wearing any equipment. I just forgot. So that's okay. I did a lot of damage. This works. I can put on my stuff now. Eve uploads it to her OneDrive. We don't talk about OneDrive here. Okay. I remember I think we spent like 10 minutes just talking about how much I don't like OneDrive the other day. It's pretty funny. Alright, so I got some fixed damage. I got a combo gear. We put on chain type exospine, which I wish was more viable, but since combos are heavily nerfed, we can't really do combos like that reliably. The most reliable combo will just be the aerial combo. Oh my gosh. Okay, I just failed the dodge there. Oh, that's what he was doing. He was doing a projectile. I see. Never mind. So that was not last attempt. That was not a new attack that he did. That was just... And by the way, even our, like, recovery is also nerfed. I don't know if I mentioned that, but yeah, our startup and recovery is nerfed, where we can't easily dodge or parry out of combos, which is why we're so weak. We are super, super weak. Do I think we will have the censorship on... I'm not talking about that. But yeah, I think that maybe if you want to ask about that kind of stuff, I maybe like a better question for the Discord. Thing is, we've had that discussion. It's just a circular discussion, which I think is very pointless and fruitless. So if anybody ever starts talking about censorship, I generally ignore it. No fault to you. It's just such a tired and literally, it's like a non-traversy. So I don't like talking about it. Because it's just, I mean, it's truly a circular, fruitless discussion. But, yeah. Whoa, even our side dodge is also different. This will kill us, so let's get away from that. Anyway, I have nothing to say about it, so sorry. I've just got nothing to comment. I really wish that our regular rush did work. Our free rush. The fact that that is nerfed is brutal. Who's the other character behind me? Oh, that's Sephiroth. This is Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII. 1 and 2, 3. Okay, new take. Take 3. I think we'll get it here. Pretty sure if you go into Task Manager and turn it off under Startup Apps, it'll go away. You might have to go through PowerShell or something too. I'm sure there's a way to completely disable OneDrive, but what's annoying is that it's like integrated into, you know, the Explorer menus, you know what I mean? When I play Wuchang, tip, the best weapon against humanoid enemies is the axe. I'll try to remember that. Never played Final Fantasy, wouldn't even know where to start. You can start with any of them. Final Fantasy, they're all individual games. Like, they're all standalone. So there's no right or wrong place to start. Oh my gosh, that's so brutal. That is so brutal. Alright, I can't start the fight like I normally like to because we don't have regular rush. Regular rush is not in the game anymore. I mean, the free rush is not in the game. So the only rush I can do is the normal one where you hold down triangle. So I can't get there very fast. And since our recovery frames are nerfed, I can't really even do that. It's kind of too dangerous. So I'll just dodge this and just run up to him. 1, okay. Speaking from experience, oh, okay. Don't play 14, you risk wasting 10,000 hours of your life. I mean, that is 1 and 2, 3. Couldn't you say that about any MMO though? You kind of know what you're getting into if you start playing an MMO, right? I think. But yeah, I've never played any of the MMOs seriously anyway. But if you want to play like old school Final Fantasy, I would strongly recommend you try out. Probably recommend you try out. Well, it depends how old school you want to go. If you want to play 3D Final Fantasy, I would recommend playing 7, of course. But a lot of people also love 9. Never played it myself. And then if you want to play with old school turn-based combat, perfected, that would be Final Fantasy X. So you could check that one out. It's on PS2, and there's like HD versions of it. That game just, even the PS2 version is aged beautifully. Highly recommend Final Fantasy X. Probably my favorite Final Fantasy. And then after Final Fantasy X, they don't do turn-based anymore, so it's different kinds of combat. So like if you wanted to check out like more of like a westernized, a little bit kind of Final Fantasy game on PS2, you can check out 12. The first really modern one was 13, which does have turn-based for the most part, but it's not really turn-based because there's an ATB system, which actually 7 also had, but it's like more active than 7. But it's like pseudo turn-based. You can check out 13. People like to talk shit about 13 just because it's linear, but that's like such a silly complaint. I really liked Final Fantasy 13, and they also made 2 spin-offs. Then you've got 15, which has very action-y combat, which you might like if you like kind of modern action games. Similar, it puts you on the way to how Final Fantasy 7 Remake plays. If you just want to play the newest one, you can play 16, which has fully 3D action combat, and you can play FF7 Remake as well. I would honestly probably just recommend check out FF7 Remake because it's fantastic. There are 2 games so far in that series. It's a trilogy. But yeah, currently we are on part 2, which is called Rebirth. But part 1 is just FF7 Remake, or it'll be called Intergrade. So that kind of sums up Final Fantasy a little bit. Don't play FF16 if you don't want to be jealous of Clive and his beauty. Expedition 33 is amazing. Indeed, it is amazing. People generally consider FF the golden era to be 6 to 10. Yeah, 6 is a game I'd really be interested in playing. Just from seeing like Magic cards that have 6 in it. One and 2, 3. The only old Final Fantasy game, like before 3D, that I played was the NES one, which I believe is just Final Fantasy 1. But it's not like I got very far, so I still haven't played like a truly old school, like 2D only Final Fantasy. I've never played one to completion. But someday. 1 and 2, 3. Probably just kill him with these. Yep, do a blink. You once checked FF7, but there's so many versions you just got lost. Yeah, for if you want to play original FF7, there's good videos about all the versions, but I would recommend just playing whatever newest version there is on your console. They're all mostly the same. Like, if you wanted to get into modding, you can check out the Steam version. But you don't have to mod the game. You can just play it as default. It'll be very enjoyable, I promise. But if you like tinkering and doing mods, there's also a lot of that for the Steam version of FF7. Shield destruction, combo attack enhancement. Okay, we got a couple little buffs there. We're moving on. Corruptor down. Okay, new timestamp. Alright, so we just killed Corruptor. Did I miss any health upgrades? No, I don't think so. No, I didn't. I did not. Can I just... Oh, we can just fly past him. That's crazy. I'm gonna grab a drone upgrade module over here real quick. You like Final Fantasy IV a lot when it comes to the old ones? Now, some of those old ones, they have interesting names, because I know that their names changed when they came over to the West, so when you say FF4, I'm actually not sure which one you're talking about. But, oh my goodness, I went too far. Like, I know that ABGN has a good video on Final Fantasy and how they got renamed when they came over to the West. Grab some more gear. Can I reach this? That's ridiculous. We got an aerial kill on the dozer from that far away. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just get tumblers too. Hang on, let's get some tumbler upgrades. Why not? Might come in handy. I'll get like 1 tumbler upgrade. Oh, 6 was renamed 3. Okay, I see. The actual FF4. Not sure what the US version of that is, to be honest. Okay, actual FF4. Understood, I guess. Thank you again, everybody, for hanging out. I do appreciate it. We're going to try to complete the whole playthrough today. We'll see how ridiculous it gets. We haven't actually fought... We've only fought a couple enemies that have been modified so far. So currently we're just playing with kind of the nerfs of this mod. But once we get to Juggernaut and Stalker, Stalker I know is very different. So that'll be interesting. Once we get to... Oh, and actually once we get to Abyss as well, I know some of those enemies are also changed. Like the Infectors and the Defilers, those guys are all changed. Excuse me. You know what I actually would like here is I would like the can. I'm gonna kill this spider. Do the thing. 1 and 2 and blink. Okay, this should kill. Your mom used to call your dad FF, but it was an insult? What? FF? They called them Final Fantasy acronized? Or did they mean just something else? Or is that some kind of Korean thing that I don't understand? I guess FF could be a lot of things. It could be Firefox. Could be Fatal Frame. Could be French fries. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It could be Frankfurt. No, that's one word though. Feller flayed. It could be Feller flayed. Whatever you want. I wonder, is there a president of the United States whose initials were FF? And then I wonder, oh, Final Fantasy probably didn't exist at the time. It definitely didn't exist, but, yeah, because none of the recent ones. No, I'm pretty sure that is not the case. There aren't any. Do I want to upgrade this? No, not really. Okay. Do I have enough for Beta Chain yet? I do have plenty. I should have gotten this earlier. Beta Chain. And you know what? I'll also get, I don't need a Repulse yet, but I'll get more energy off. Yeah, I guess I'll get this. Actually, you know what? No. Let's get Lightning Rush. Just Lightning Rush for now. And then Reflex Boost. Just for now. Because I want to be able to keep up with Gigas a little bit, because that's kind of a long fight. So, I generally like having my Rush upgraded for Gigas if it's a longer fight. Flavor Flav, true. Didn't Flavor Flav have a roast? Do you guys remember the roasts? I don't know if they still do those, but I remember the Donald Trump one was pretty funny. Damn it. Oh no, he noticed me. Alright, that's it. You guys are gonna get it. Easy cleanup. What's your least favorite FF? Post 10? The MMOs, easy. Easy question, easy answer. I don't play MMOs, so. The only MMO that I played was when in elementary school I played a lot of RuneScape. In 4th grade and 5th grade, so this was, you know, 2004-ish. I played RuneScape, I did the whole, like, free quest line, and I got my rune armor at the end. I thought it was very cool. I felt very cool getting my rune armor. Like, the full rune helm. Blur is the best camp song? It's a great one, for sure. Oh dear, almost fell off. Besides the MMOs, I don't know, I mean, I don't really like kind of hating on games for no reason. I mean, I don't know, I've never played FF12. So I guess just by default that one, since I haven't played it. Because I mean, I enjoyed all the games I played. If I didn't enjoy them, I wouldn't have completed them. And so like I've played, you know, 10, 13, and the remakes now. I haven't played 15 or 16 yet, but I plan to. I'm looking forward to playing those games. You still lose time in your runs to put on Blur? Worth it. Worth it. Get it out of the way early. I guess I should have researched... Oh dear. Maybe I should have researched Repulse. I'm alive somehow? Oh, that's a grab. Okay. Alright, so that is an unblockable that has no cue that it's an unblockable. Right on. 1, 2, okay. Why is my chair like this? Hang on. I don't have it like to the max. Yeah, I don't want to lean back at all. There we go. Maybe a little bit lower. Okay, let's go take care of that Cricket Slasher. Oh yeah, I have Beta Chain. I almost forgot. My Beta Chain should interrupt everything though. This will help a lot. But as you can see, this enemy is heavily buffed. The Cricket Butcher, they can just do attacks now that are grabs that have no cue that they are grabs. Is this a good mod? Currently, I can't recommend it. Currently, I would not recommend it just because of the changes to the gameplay that make it, like, way too different from regular Stellar Blade. And by that, I just mean the combo nerfs. Wait, don't I have Blink? Do I not have Blink? What the heck? But if you don't mind, and if you're kind of a masochist, you can check it out. It's definitely fun to check out, you know? 2. I don't think that's actually a blink. I don't think that's actually a blink. Maybe it's supposed to function like that. I'm not entirely sure. Again, this mod is in its infancy. It is in its infancy, so keep that in mind as well. You've never watched a speedrun on Stellar Blade? What is my PB? I'm not sure what my PB is. But my tutorial is like, it's sub 3. That's all I really remember. I've gotten PBs past that, but I just cared about sub 3. So my next goal... Oh, I also have... sorry, let me explain more, I guess. Because I guess if you're very unfamiliar, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But you can run basically, obviously, different difficulties. So on normal difficulty, I only play New Game as well. I've never done like New Game Plus. But on New Game, I have a sub 3 for normal difficulty, and then I have a sub 4-hour run for New Game Hard difficulty. And those are basically my 2 goals. And my next goal is a hitless playthrough on New Game Normal. And, oh, I would also like to make a tutorial for New Game Hard, because I've only made a tutorial for New Game Normal speedruns. But the next thing that we're working on is just like a hitless run, nothing about time, a hitless playthrough, New Game Normal, and then also at some point, New Game Hard speedrun tutorial. Because I would like to make another tutorial. Tutorials are really fun to make. At least for me, they're fun to make. I like making tutorials. 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay, nice. Hello, Fanco MD. Thank you for tuning in. How is Hitless coming along? Been a while since you caught one of those live. It's been a while since we've done them. I only started kind of recently, again, on Hitless. And at least right now, where we're doing the bosses only. And for the bosses only, I have a 5-hit PB, so... that's where that's at. But then my PB for the full game is still, it's like 15 hits. It's a lot. We have not really progressed much in it just yet. But we will soon. In fact, that's what I was going to do today. But Agatoki posted this mod. I was really curious to check it out. So we're doing one stream dedicated to this mod, just a playthrough. And, you know, then we will go back to the hitless grind. Does this mod work for all enemies? No. Good question, Fanco. It only works for, like, 14 enemies, 10 regular enemies, and 4 bosses. And if you're curious about all the details, you can check out the link in my description, because there's a lot of notes on the mod. In fact, we spent the first 20-something minutes of the stream just going over the notes, because it's a lot of things to cover. But the bigger thing is that there's also a lot of nerfs to just, like, your normal gameplay. Like, so all of our combos are heavily nerfed. Basically, the main thing that impacts your gameplay is you cannot parry or dodge, cancel out of startup frames. And you can do it out of recovery frames, but it's slower than like on the normal game. So everything is nerfed, which means that you basically are really discouraged from doing normal combat. So for the most part, I'm going to be focusing on doing damage with just like the aerial combo because it's very safe. And doing retributions because it's very safe, obviously. And playing more defensively because that's kind of just what we're kind of forced to do. And I showed earlier at about 29 minutes in, I showed the difference with and without the mod, how heavily nerfed we are. Hello, Nicholas Bridle. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and fly across here. Oh yeah, this mod has some really weird stuff. Like you can do like a super air dash. For some reason, it's just part of the mod. There's no way to turn it off either. So there's a lot of things that are embedded. Another reason why I can't really recommend the mod just yet. But at some point, you know, again, it's in its infancy. Maybe it'll get updated, and you can just only modify the enemy behavior stuff, which is what's most interesting. And because like I understand how long it must take to do all that, like basically changing the flow charts of the combos, you know, and like all that kind of stuff. It's a lot of work, so I want to enjoy it, but it's just hard to play the game like normally, rather. That's why I'm using an Xbox controller too, because since everything is so weird, I don't want to remember what this feels like. So I'm just playing on a different controller as well. I'm gonna get this guy for the tumbler upgrade. I figured one tumbler upgrade seems good. I grabbed one earlier, so now we're at 2 out of 3. Curious on my thoughts on Man and Scarlet boss fights, because you saw my old boss tier list, and they weren't out at the time. Yes, I'm big fans of them. Man, a good question. I'm a big fan of them. I haven't fought them since they came out, though. Just because I've been, I don't know, busy and other stuff has happened. So we haven't revisited them since I did them the very first time. But in that first stream we did, you know, like all my reactions are there to all their stuff because it's, you know, crazy. So that was a fun stream. But at some point we will come back to them and learn them. Absolutely, I really want to. I really, really want to. How I would rank them though, it's tough. Because man, the thing is with man, the day one when I fought him, I was like, oh my gosh, am I gonna like this guy more than Belial? Because I might, you know? I don't think I can blink that anymore. I think that's a purposely nerf there. I don't know if that works. Yeah, that combo is different as well. That's like, this is a bunch of... So this is interesting, right? That's cool. I'm not even sure what was happening there. But it's definitely very weird. But yeah, I don't know where I put them. They're definitely at least A tier, both of them. Both of them are at least A tier, that's for sure. That's like not even a discussion. They're both obviously awesome, you know? Wait a minute, I can't quite get up here, huh? I gotta use... Ah, dang it. Okay, let's go around again. Yeah, I know, it's interesting, right, Nicholas Barreto? That's what I was most interested in, like, learning. All these new, like, weird, different, changed enemy attacks. I just wish I could fight, like, I could do combat normally. Because then I feel like I could enjoy it so much more, you know? Kind of funny because man had zero reason to lose to UN. Exactly. Exactly. Man, I think is definitely the strongest boss, right? I mean, he would mop up UN, Elder, Providence, I think, easily. The guy's a beast. Does the mod work on all bosses as well? No, so the mod only affects 14 enemies, including bosses, so it's 10 enemies and 4 bosses. And if you're interested in the exact changes, I spent the first half hour of the stream going over all that, but then also I linked to the mod. So the very first link in the description is like the first thing in that list. Rather, if you click on the link, it takes you to Nexus Mods and it shows you the list of enemies that are impacted. So I can't remember them off the top of my head, but it's 14 enemies. 10 enemies, 4 bosses. 10 enemies, 4 bosses. Hope that answers your question. Hello, Victor Perez. Thank you for tuning in. They did him dirty in the story, though. I know. He just got off screen. Like, what the heck? I'm in combat. 1, 2. 1 and 2. 3. 1. Oh, that's like a grab. I guess you can't parry that, I don't think. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. So the grabs don't have unblockable circles, so it's very hard to distinguish. You would just have to like try and fail, basically. It's very hard to tell, you know, it's hard to sight read the enemy changes. So the bosses should be very hard. The bosses should be very hard. Yeah, so what it is, Sid, is that the enemy behavior is also more aggressive. That's another thing with the mod, too. And if you didn't want to play with that, I'm sure you could disable just that specifically. It looks like you can. What you cannot disable are all the embedded mods, like the combo changes, the, you know, change to some of the combo inputs, all that stuff. That's embedded. There's no way to get around it. You wish you knew why that despawn falls, why it fails sometimes? It does? Hey, how are you doing, Victor? Mark was talking about Ninja Gaiden 4. He's super enjoying it. How are you enjoying it? Modifying Behemoth is strange since it's a side boss, but you're curious. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna fight him because I just want to do like a full playthrough. I felt like doing a full playthrough anyway, and then maybe we'll take a look at Behemoth. But yeah, since it's a side boss, unlikely I'll actually spend much time on him. We'll take a look though. Okay, time for Gigas. You lose 25 to 35 seconds if it happens. What happens exactly? Do you just mean that the enemies still notice you, or like you fall and die? Because I've never had that one fail on me. You've been well? Hell yeah. Ninja Gaiden 4 is awesome. Hope I've been well. How's my cat? My cat's doing all right. Thank you for asking. Oh, they still notice you? Well, at least depending on like where the enemies are placed, like if they chase you deep enough into where the floodgate key is, they should never notice you. But like maybe if you're like too fast, the thing is like I guess if you're too fast and they don't really follow you, they'd be closer to, you know, where the button is, and then I guess it would fail potentially. That might be why. Because for me, every time I've done it, they always chase me a little bit towards the petrified guardian, and then I grab, you know, I grab the chest and all that, and it never fails for me. You might be doing it a super fast way. That could be something like that. I'm gonna grab Infinite Rush here, and we're gonna fight Gigas. And we got an extra tumbler now, so I can heal. Hell yeah! Oh, let me grab this as well. There's a little bit of experience on this body. Why not? 11% right there. I'll take it. Okay, Gigas time. Gigas is unchanged, by the way. So right now this is just a normal fight. 1 and 2. One, 1, 2, and 3. One, 2, delay, and blink. One and 2. Big jump. 1 and 2. Honestly, the worst nerf is that I don't have my free rush. I do that so much. I do it constantly, so not having it is absolutely brutal. It's so hard to play without that. This guy's so agile. 1, 2, 3, 4, jump, and 5. What's the air attack? Is that a mod? No, that's just that's a normal attack combo in the game. That is just in the air, you do light, 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 and then you hold down the light attack button. So if you're playing on a PlayStation controller, it's square, 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 and then hold square. In the air, and you need to have beta chain research, because it's a beta chain. So right there, because my sword glows red, it's a beta chain, as you can see. 1. Big jump. One, two, delay, and blink. One. Oh no, unfortunate timing. I got no benefit out of this retribution because he's already at phase 2. One, two, and 3. After you learn about beta chaining by watching me, you never play without it. Again, it's very powerful. It's very cool, and it's great because it charges burst, which is my favorite. It's my favorite way to play the game. If it did not charge burst energy, it would have much less applications, because, I mean, there's all sorts of things that power creep it, as far as, like, if you just want to interrupt something. Like, the gun does that super efficiently, you know? One and 2. Alright. We are just, trudging along here. We're trudging along. You've never seen it? Usually ended off with a heavy hold. Oh, the dive kick, yeah. That's a good one too, man. 5 string. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump. And 5. Interesting that Gigas is immune to stuns during certain moves for being an early boss. Yeah, he's got a couple of them. A couple, yeah. I can't think of them right now. But I know that one of them for sure is there. Where even if you do like a triplet or something, it will not interrupt him. Hang on, let me not die. I'm just had a mental lapse there for a moment. 5 string. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump. And 5. Okay, now we're close. Probably one more retribution, honestly. That's an uninterruptible right there. And I just risked everything on that. Thank goodness we recovered. Because recovery is not always guaranteed on this mod. 1, 2. Blink. You've seen some players using the gun just by pulling it out for a second. Yeah, aim canceling is a really good mechanic. You can aim cancel basically anything. It wouldn't be really good with this mod, but yes, generally in the normal gameplay, aim canceling is just a quick way to cut off either the startup or the recovery frames of an attack, whatever you want. Depends on what you're going for. Big jump. So I do it quite a bit as well. Once we get our gun, we'll mix it in and stuff. 1, 2, and 3. That one unblockable where he bumps his chest. You can interrupt that one. You mean the one that is like a blink as well? GG's. Yeah, GG's. Thank you. Does it actually cut down frames, or does it just feel like it does? No, it does. So, I can't show you here because this mod literally fundamentally changes that. But generally, it's like a fighting game. You know, generally how it works is that every attack will have startup frames and then active frames when it's actually dealing damage, and then recovery frames. And typically, like, you can test this just by, like, if you just start doing an attack and then hold down L1, you can see exactly when you recover, or when you're able to, which, it doesn't work on this mod, but generally, if you just play the game normally, the best example is Incursion 4. Right here, if you hold down L1 after the third light hit, after you press triangle, you can stop Eve, you can parry or dodge cancel out of that first heavy attack anytime during the startup frames. The startup frames are when she's jumping, so you can use aim canceling to stop that as well, or to save time off of the recovery frames if you want. The thing is, I can't really explain or show you because this mod nerfs all of that, and so we're very weak and very every single attack that we do is very committal because that doesn't work in this mod. But I did show it earlier. I did show it earlier at 29 minutes. Is the gun the only way to cancel frames? No. You can cancel with an aim. Good question. You can cancel with an aim, a dodge, or a parry. A guard, I should say. Because you don't have to parry something to cancel. You can just press L1 to do the guard. So, those three things work. Hello Dev, thank you for tuning in. I'm gonna recap some stuff. Make a new timestamp here for anybody just tuning in as well. Okay, so we've just landed in Xion. If you're jumping to this timestamp, I'm going to quickly recap and explain everything up to this point. So we're playing with a mod now. A mod called the Abusive Enemy Movesets mod. There's a link in the description, it's the first link. The first half hour of the stream, rather starting from 7 minutes to 25 minutes, or 29 minutes, I was talking about all the changes that the mod implements. So the beginning, the first like half hour is all that. At 34 minutes, we started the playthrough. The main things you gotta know, if you don't want to like look through all the notes, is that 14 enemies have been changed, 10 enemies and 4 bosses, so 14 total enemies, and they have reworked kind of flowcharts of attacks. Some attacks that maybe used to be attacks are now grabs, so they're unblockable, but there's no way you can't parry them, you have to dodge them, but there's no circles on them to tell you that they're unblockable, so you would just have to know. So the first time you're fighting some enemies, it's going to be very weird, just the ones that are affected, but some of the enemies are unaffected, and evidently most of the bosses are unaffected. It's only 4 bosses, and in fact, those 4 bosses are Stalker, Juggernaut, Democrawler, and Behemoth, and Behemoth is like it's like a side boss, so we're not even gonna fight them. At least in this playthrough. We'll take a look at them after the playthrough, but I just wanted to do a full playthrough because I was like, let's just do a full playthrough. And there's all sorts of things like the creator of the mod has a bunch of his other mods embedded into this mod. So if you were interested like me, if you were really interested in the different enemy movesets, you are forced to play with them. You are forced to play with the other mods that are embedded. And these are like super heavy changes. The main one that is a big change is the combo tweaks one, which basically completely nerfs all of our combat as far as I can tell. Like everything. So combos are super committal, they're really dangerous to do. Because you can't cancel out of them in the normal ways you would. So you can't easily dodge or parry cancel out of them. So what we've been doing as a result is I've mostly just been doing the safe combo. So I've been doing the aerial combo. And I've been doing mostly just that. So, not going to be the flashiest run, but now that I got beta chain, we can try to maybe do some more regular combos. We also get up slower. There's enemies, the enemies that are affected, they can pick you up, they can like grab you again while you're still down, and you get up slower. So if you do get knocked over, it's pretty bad. There's also other like random changes, like they made the protection gear stronger. And, like, what else? There's, like... Oh, yeah, the speed gears are nerfed, which is brutal because we could potentially offset the nerfed combos with just a bunch of speed gears, but we can't even do that. Oh, also with the combos, Onslaught 3 isn't really a combo anymore. Onslaught 3, which is triangle, square, hold, square, triangle, that is a different input now, which basically means we're never going to do it. One of my favorite combos, Rush Chain 1, is also a different input. Instead of holding down triangle, you hold down square, so we're probably not going to do that ever again either. Probably not. I'm not going to research it this run. And there's all sorts of like random things, like you can attack while you're holding down L1 while you're guarding. Don't understand the purpose of that. But there's all these changes that make the game fundamentally feel very different. If you play the game a lot, it's going to feel very strange. Which I'm trying to be open-minded about it and just treat it as, okay, the whole thing we're super nerfed, and it's just part of the experience. But I would love to just check out and learn the bosses like the way that this guy has modded them with like my normal Eve, because, you know, it's what I've played hundreds of hours on, so that's what we're at. That's where we are at right now, that's what we're doing. But yeah, this is currently, again, the mod is in its infancy. It's like version 1, it just came out a few days ago, so hopefully they make changes to it and, you know, makes some different ways to play it, so we can enjoy it more. Adam and Eve, why are you jumping so much? Yeah, you know why? It's because we also have randomly, we have a super buffed air dash, and since our air dash is super buffed, and oh yeah, our dodge is nerfed, the regular backstep. I've not really been doing the normal speed tech of just like running, doing a rush, and then doing a dodge. I've just been jumping and doing the air dash instead, because it feels bad doing the regular rush into a dodge cancel, and this is just, it feels faster. Speaking of which, speaking of rush, another thing with the combat changes is that we can't do the free rush anymore, which is huge. Something I use constantly in normal gameplay. It's a big nerf. So the free rush that you get after a perfect dodge is just not in the game. It does not work. So there's that. As soon as we get our gun in a second, there's some changes to the guns as well. The shotgun's a different sound for some reason. That's also embedded. You have to play with this modded shotgun sound. But whatever. And then you can get ammo back when you're using the Eagle Eye Exospine, regardless of if you're hitting a weak point or not. When you're using the Eagle Eye Exospine, normally, if you want to get ammo back, you have to be shooting a weak point and you got to have the Eagle Eye maxed out. But with this mod, if you just have it on, regardless of anything you shoot, any target you hit will give you some ammo back, and it should be random. So I could be using like my slug, and I could shoot an enemy, just a random enemy, no weak point, and it might drop explosive shells or shotgun ammo or something. Mod in which every enemy is Belial. That'd be fun. Is there a reason I'm using an Xbox controller? Yes. So I'm using an Xbox controller because this mod is so weird. I want to finish the playthrough as soon as possible and not play it again. And I'm playing on a controller that is different from what I usually play on, just to further separate the muscle memory in my head, because I'm doing weird things, and I don't want to like really remember what this feels like. But the reason I was interested in it was because I want to see how the bosses are changed, and like harder versions with different movesets and different combos of bosses sounds very fun. That's why I was most interested in it. But we kind of have to like get through all the other stuff that comes with it as well. I chose to do a full playthrough just because, I mean, just, you know, I haven't done a full playthrough in a little bit. So it'd be fun. Anyway, I just felt like doing a full playthrough. But yeah, we're going to be doing the whole playthrough like this. Maybe I should not have done a full playthrough. The thing is, if I didn't, it'd be kind of a short stream. So I just figured, let's just do a full playthrough. That's kind of just my own problem. That's like my thing with, I don't want to do a short stream. But it might be a more fun experience if you just jump in and fight the bosses that have been changed in boss challenge mode. So that might be better. But yeah, good questions, good questions. Because yeah, I normally otherwise never play Stellar Blade on this. I only played on the Xbox controller a little bit during the demo, just to see like, okay, yeah, it feels good. And yeah, it's not bad. I still prefer PlayStation for this game though. Although I like Xbox controller's bumpers better than PlayStation's L1, R1. I'm just so much more used to the way the way this game feels on that controller. And the bigger thing is that I like the face buttons better for a game like this. Any kind of third-person game with action in it, I like PlayStation face buttons. Generally. Like if it's a Souls game or a Souls-like, you know, you're using the bumpers anyway, so I like playing on this too. But if it's like square triangle, like I wouldn't play DMC on this. I have. I would, but it's not my preferred. I prefer on PlayStation buttons. Probably because I just grew up that way, you know, playing DMC3 a bunch on PS2 with PlayStation buttons. It's like, yeah, that just feels correct. This feels good for other stuff, but not really action games where you're pressing the buttons a lot, like really fast. That's just what I think. Probably some folks who love playing action games on Xbox controllers. Would not surprise me at all. Like maybe you really like playing DMC on your Xbox controller. But like in my experience, and I played a bunch of DMC on like I played the HD collection on 360, and yeah, it's not optimal. It's not optimal, that's for sure. Like I wouldn't really want to be doing jump canceling on the 360 controller. But I mean, that was a 360 controller. I mean, like this Xbox, the Xbox One and Series controllers are much better. That is for sure. Oh yeah, this is also nerfed. Double Edge Gear is nerfed in this mod. I'm gonna try using it anyway. I mean, I may as well. Probably buy a couple of these. You use an Xbox controller for basically everything, PS5, PC, even Switch. You use your Xbox controller on PS5, so you use like you use a dongle. Hey, that one guy, thank you for tuning in. I need to play Stellar Blade with an N64 controller. Don't even joke about that, Juan. Can you imagine? Let me see, how would that work? How would I aim? Oh, you know what you could do though? You could just make... No, you could do it. You'd have to make the analog stick aim... No, how would you do that? I don't know. Maybe you need to aim for the insta-kills. Hang on. Because I'm sure there's adapters. That would be a hilarious playthrough. Just because of the weird analog stick. I guess what you could do is if you're using Steam input, you could set up action sets to then switch the action set to an action set where the one analog stick on N64 suddenly switches over to the right stick. That way you can aim when you're aiming. Hey Zucky Jucky, thank you for tuning in. You're new here, what's my community about? Would you mind explaining? Not at all. So, I basically just started streaming like a year and a half ago. And I mostly just play Stellar Blade. But I like to play adjacent games as well. My community though, if you just mean like the Discord that I created, the whole point of it is that it's a safe for work Stellar Blade server. But I mean, there's just all sorts of gamers in there. At least for the first, you know, year and 2 months, it was all PS5 people in general. Some PC folks, but now we're getting more PC folks, which is cool. Just because, you know, Stellar Blade at the time was a PS5 exclusive. So yeah, it's a lot of gamers in there, and the whole thing is just, it's a safe for work server. Because I was like, man, there should be at least one Stellar Blade focused server that isn't like just, you know, not safe for work degeneracy. So that's kind of the point of that server. And then, but as far as what I'm about, I mean, I just like playing games on stream that are adjacent to this game. And yeah, that's basically what the stream is. We also have a pretty mature community in general, as far as age-wise. Most everybody's a bit older. So it's a really cool community. I'm very grateful. We have like an awesome, everyone's super nice. Like it's a generally super mature community. The only times that we've had issues were just literally one playthrough. When we played through God of War Ragnarok, we were getting a bunch of people coming in spoiling stuff. So we had to ban some folks then, but otherwise, that's like the only instance where we had issues on stream in chat. I definitely have to try the game with a weird controller. Donkey Kong, Bongos, or Guitar Hero controller. We did that. We did a whole playthrough of that. Obama Orb, I think you missed that one. But I did do a full playthrough. I did a new game hard playthrough on a guitar controller. It was fun. But yeah, some drums, that'd be fun too. I bought a dance pad to do that as well at some point. Oh, dongles don't work for PS5 games as no adapter can pretend to be a PS5 controller as far as you know. You combine remote play with a program on PC to use an Xbox controller. Wow, that's very elaborate. As long as you use an Ethernet cable on both PS5 and your PC, there's barely any lag. Alright. Did I see the new God of War controller DualSense? Oh, the white-red one? Yeah, I saw it. It's pretty nice. I'm gonna grab Repulse here, and I'll grab... Oh, gotta train it. That's rough? No, it was not rough at all. It was like a normal playthrough, to be honest. The Guitar Hero playthrough was mostly like a normal playthrough. So the only thing that was hard about it was that it was hard because I only had one form, I had one D-pad. But the way we figured everything out was using action sets through Steam to switch. So I had like, I could press select and then it would switch to my aiming action set. And then I would be able to aim and shoot my gun for insta-kills. And then otherwise it was easy. I basically had it set up like jump. I had jump, light attack, heavy attack, and then parry, dodge. So dodge was my orange fret. And I would hold down orange the whole game just as we ran, because obviously I didn't have a way to click in left stick. So I would just run like that. And yeah, it was good. We even did some speed tech with this controller. It was very fun. What do I want here? I don't really want anything yet, to be honest. I think I'm just gonna start saving up. Yeah, I'll just save up for burst energy stuff. Sometimes remote play is laggy during high performance games. I've only played a remote play like a little bit on my phone, so just testing out stuff. I did a little bit of remote play on my PS5. I did like one playthrough. I did like one solo playthrough of Night Rain. That was my one test of it. And it was okay for the most part. There were only a couple times where it almost got me killed because like the screen would just turn into pixels. Or like a couple times it got like laggy. I could actually feel lag, but for the most part it was good and I was still able to finish the playthrough. Granted, I was just doing the first boss. I did Tricephalus. So, and I was playing as Iron Eye. So I was trying to make it as simple as possible just to test it out. And yeah, it was alright. No updates for remote play for a while. Really? Huh. That's weird. Because I know they sold a lot of... Surprisingly, they sold a lot of PlayStation Portals somehow. So you would think they'd put more effort into it, right? You did a bunch of remote play for this game from your desktop PC. It was decent. Didn't feel a ton of lag, but you were using a hardwired network for all devices. I feel like that's kind of a requirement, isn't it? If you really want to play through a game like that is not turn-based. Well, obviously, depending on what you're playing, if you're playing like a puzzle game or a, you know, any turn-based game that is not Clair Obscur, you know, it'll feel good over remote play. Kind of surprising how popular the Portal was. Very surprising, because to me, I was like, oh, this thing's dead on arrival. That's what I was like. I was like, who wants this? But apparently there is a market out there for people who want that. Which is cool, I guess. I mean, I know they're supposed to make like a handheld, like an actual handheld that can run games natively. And I hope that is, I hope that's a good piece of kit, because yeah, that'd be nice. Like basically a PlayStation Steam Deck, just for PlayStation, your PlayStation ecosystem games. That'd be cool. But I mean, Steam Deck, if you have a Steam Deck like I do, you can also do a remote play onto your PS5 through some apps and do that as well. And then have like a very comfortable device that is easy to repair. What instantly, my thing with the Portal was, the reason I was like, this is just, I would never ever buy this device. Number one, because I don't really plan to do much remote play ever. But also, it's just a DualSense. So like, I know about the DualSense controller like hardware. And so if you ever get stick drift, which is not what I'd be worried about, but if you ever got stick drift, now it's a huge pain in the ass just to change an analog stick on this thing. But what I'd be more worried about is that it's also not that easy to like change out the simple analog covers, like the thumb grips. And those things have failed on me for every single DualSense I've had, every single one. So, you know, having an expensive device like that, that's tied to those analog sticks is just like a big no for me. That's the main thing. But for folks that do have a need or a use for remote play, like if you share a TV or if you share a TV or I don't know what other uses there are. If you want to play your console while the TV is being used for something else, you know, that's cool. Even though you could just do that with your phone already, but if you wanted like a dedicated thing to do that, and if you have the extra money to spend on something like that, like for such a dedicated single use, then, you know, cool. But yeah, the thumbsticks have just always failed on me. It's crazy. I guarantee these enemies are going to chase me because they are more aggressive. So I'll just come back and kill them. Yeah. Let's go over here. Okay. Oh, one more. Okay, that's everybody? Yes. Sorry, guy. I'm not gonna free you today. So here's our Eagle Eye. So when we put this on, we should start getting ammo back from just shooting enemies in general. I don't think you even gotta upgrade it. According to the mod, just wearing this means that you automatically get ammo back. So we'll test it out downstairs right now. How could I forget about Emil? I didn't forget about him. Oh, you did Akai Neko? Oh my gosh. Well, if you're playing with DLC disabled, I guess you could forget about him. The leaks point towards them doing a PS6 handheld, which will be cool to have it actually be next gen, just a lower resolution. Yeah, basically just like, you know, a Switch that doesn't switch. That is cool. I see the use for that. Because then it's essentially like, it's like a Steam Deck, which is extremely useful. So does this guy drop ammo? They didn't drop ammo. Maybe I do have to research it then, or upgrade this thing. Okay, let's try it on this guy. Do you drop ammo? No, he didn't drop ammo there. Also, notice it's so weird. Our shotgun is so fast. Let me just revive. I don't want to do this run back at all. Alright, I'm done messing around. Our shotgun is super fast, but it's weaker. These are also nerfed, not nerfed. These are embedded, built-in mods, changes that you have to play with if you want to play with a different enemy behavior. But yeah, very, very weird. Also, the shotgun sounds different for some reason, so that's another forced mod that you cannot disable if you want to play with the behaviors. Mirror screen TV on some devices. You always assumed that you could remove controllers from the portal like on Switch. Oh no. Can you imagine? That'd require a lot of research and development. Probably. Since you've been on a chain of New Game Plus runs from the same save file, you haven't seen a meal since your first New Game run. Ah, because they're gone. They left. I see. Okay, let's take out Quiel real quick. My shotgun, nice. 1, 2, what the heck? 3, wait, why is it not parrying? It was not parrying at all. I wasn't even guarding there. I think there's actually, I think, a bug about that. I noticed there was a note like where guarding might not work until you reload a save. So, you know what we'll do is I'll go back there and touch the camp. You can touch the camp even if you have the solar tower disabled, it'll still make an autosave. That's the first time that happened, but yeah. Did not allow any blocking there, so I could not parry. Again, this mod is in its infancy, so you kind of got to expect some stuff like this. Not a big deal. Quick run back with our super air dash. You don't know how you feel about a PS6 as a handheld? Well, Agatoki, it wouldn't replace it would be a supplementary, it's an accessory basically. The way I'm imagining it is, think of it as like a Steam Deck essentially. So it's gonna be playing the games natively, just scaled down. Whatever, I don't know, whatever resolution they do, they might do like 1080p or 720p or something, whatever it is. And it's just, you're gonna be playing your PlayStation library on a handheld, natively, just like weaker hardware. I think that's very cool. It's a very cool accessory to have to your, you know, your PS6 that you have at home. Especially because there's so many games. Since it's gonna have PS6, I'm assuming, there's no way it wouldn't be, but PS4 and PS5, same architecture. So all these games, it's easy to make games for these platforms, right? And there's a lot of games on PS4, 5 that are like very low hardware requirements. Like, I don't know. I mean, there's so many of them. Like, maybe you want to play through, like, I'm playing Persona 4 right now on my Steam Deck, so that's what I'm thinking of. But any kind of older games where it's maybe just like an upscaled version of them, now you can play it on this weaker hardware, on the go, wherever you want. Seems pretty awesome to me. Probably wouldn't have great battery life for the demanding titles, but that's kind of just, that's how handhelds are in general, so. What I guarantee they will never do is bring back a PSP or Vita type system where it's dedicated games for that platform. That'll never happen. There's no way that would ever happen, especially in the landscape of how popular and how well handhelds do now. Where it's like, you know, if you have a handheld that does a lot of things, it's going to do well. Like play a lot of different games. It's like amazing. To develop and make games that only play on this one system, that is a lot of money that clearly nobody's interested in doing because Nintendo was the king of that with the DS and even they gave up on it. So I don't ever see that happening again. It's going to be just all the games that are available on your console, but just downscaled. Maybe not all of them will play at all. Maybe not all of them will be playable, but probably most of them will be playable in some form. Didn't realize PSP had specific games made for it. Yeah, I guess you're too young for that. But like the PSP, even if there was a PS2 game and a PSP game, like the same game, Spider-Man 2 is an example of this that comes to mind immediately. But Spider-Man 2, the PSP version was its own thing. It was not the same as the console version. And then there were, you know, all sorts of dedicated games that were only PSP, like Peace Walker from Metal Gear Solid, for example. Eventually they would come to console, but these were handheld games developed for handheld. And obviously that's just a whole lot of research and development and all this money that they're not going to spend. Makes definitely the most sense to just make a handheld that plays your console games, but scaled down. If PS6 handhelds are made, then the new chip, AMD Zen and possible 6 cores, maybe the same chip as the Asus ROG Ally X. Who knows? Who knows? I'm sure they'll get the best possible, most efficient, hopefully the most efficient hardware they can get whenever they do decide to make it. Oh, Zen 6? Okay. Zen 6, huh? I'm always excited to hear about like these handheld chips getting better and better. Because I know that at some point, once they get really, really good, I hope Valve will make their Steam Deck 2. That thing's gonna be sick. I can't wait. I mean, even just the Steam Deck 1 is the best thing ever. I wish I had bought one years ago. I really wish I had bought one years ago. Because there's so many games that I'm playing now that I would never bother to sit down and play at my desktop. But like, yeah, in bed, sure. Where I don't need that much power to play it. It's amazing. And even for more demanding games, I still can't block. It's still broken. That sucks. I can't... It's completely broken. I think that the issue is the cutscene. The cutscene, I think, is breaking the block button. And actually, here it's still broken. So what I have to do is I just gotta reload. Try to fix it. Hopefully it works this time. I would like to get past Quiel. This is a timestamp now. Okay, timestamp. Because this is now a whole thing. Okay, my block has been fixed. Alright, so we've been having this bug where entering the Quiel fight breaks our block, so we can't parry at all. Hopefully it works now. Please work. Oh, it's working. Hell yeah. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, jump, and 5. You see how fast it is? It's such a strange change. It is so weird. I don't want to remember what this feels like at all after today. One, 2, 3. It's broken again. Why is that happening? What broke it? Is it possibly because I aimed? Let me try that. Hang on, does it work now? It's still broken. Oh man, this is gonna be tough. If it's too hard to finish the playthrough, I'm just gonna go in and look at the bosses that are changed. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to finish the playthrough. This is just like, depending on how many setbacks we have, it's just gonna be too long of a playthrough. I don't want to do 2 streams on this. I want to uninstall this mod ASAP. So I just want to do 1 dedicated stream, as long as it takes 8 hours, whatever. 9 hours if I have to. And then just like fully experience it, and then go back to playing normal Stellar Blade. When I use the gun, I'm gonna try no gun this time. I guess that's it. It could be that simple. Because if I can just do the retributions, she'll die decently fast. Okay, it's working. That's good. I'll just make sure that I don't do any aiming. 1, 2, 3, 4, jump, and 5. Okay. Not much damage, but it's okay. Rumored new Steam Deck will be out in 2027? Well, I mean, I would love for that to be true. I generally don't look at rumors, though. I think rumors are pretty pointless to talk about, or even, like, you know, even put any weight into. So I try not to look at them, just because I don't care. Once Valve says something, then I'll be like, okay, hell yeah. I mean, they've said that they are not going to do another Steam Deck until there's, like, a big jump. Which makes so much sense, because that's kind of their style. Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2. Huge jump there. Let's make a new Half-Life game. They haven't made Half-Life 3 because there's just nothing really new that they could do to make the experience different or newer, you know? Kind of like, I mean, they made Alex, but that's because they had VR, you know? 1, 2. Bang, 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 and bang. The only reason I was speculating and talking about like a new PlayStation handheld is because it makes so much sense for them to do it, because everyone's doing it. Xbox even is making one. It like just came out, the Asus ROG thing partnered with Xbox. So 1, 2. Bang, 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 and bang. So it seems like we're safe. Yeah, not using any guns here works. Hell yeah. But now that we've now that we beat the boss, let me just test it. If I just simply do an aim, does it break my guard? Because if so, that's not a big deal. We just won't use our gun for the playthrough. Not a huge deal. Because for the mobs of enemies, I can always just... Like, we don't really need the guns for the bosses, but yeah, for the mobs of enemies, it'd be nice. So let's see. I'm going to aim. And I can still... Look, I can still block. Aim. And I can still block. What if I shoot once? I don't have any ammo. I can still block. What the heck? I'm not sure. It's a very weird glitch. Hopefully we don't encounter it again, but now we're past it. The Asus Xbox. They couldn't even get Asus to let them put Xbox first in the name. Kind of sad. It could have been their decision too. I mean, if Asus has spent a bunch of money marketing their handhelds, it could bring it more recognizability. Like it could be in Microsoft's favor to have it as the Asus thing, you know? Not to mention the whole thing is green, isn't it? Or like it has like Microsoft logos, Xbox logos, whatever. But I could be wrong. Valve seems like an awesome company. I mean, anyone privately owned is gonna be pretty sick, right? If you're privately owned, you don't gotta make all sorts of whack decisions to constantly, you know, like worry about constantly raising your numbers and all that. And shareholders, pleasing them, blah blah blah. Oh, I can just make this jump easily. Oh my gosh, I almost made that jump. Hold on, I think we can do this for sure. Let's try it again. Oh yeah, easy. Easy, that is amazing. Such a crazy air dash. You just saw a review video on what happened to Halo. What happened to Halo? I haven't played Halo since Halo 3, so can't say I am at all interested or care about the franchise anymore. As soon as I played the Halo Reach beta, I was like, oh, I'm done with this franchise. I remember I played the beta and I was like, oh no. And I don't think Halo's ever been the same since. I mean, Halo 3 was perfection. It's perfect. It's still so good. Like, I remember playing it on Xbox Live, like, well after it left its prime. And it was still so awesome. But of course, this is going to be very dependent on when you were born. If you're younger, you probably think Halo Reach is awesome, because you wouldn't know, right? But, like, as soon as they added sprinting and all this stuff that just made it like Call of Duty, I was completely out. Completely out. Rest in peace, Halo 3. And Halo 2 was also absolutely wonderful to play online. I love those games. Those games are so much fun. I had so much fun playing both of those games online growing up. I don't even know what there is anymore that's even like them, you know? Maybe there's something like them, but... Oh, that enemy is Dunzo. Okay, let's run over here. But I don't know. Don't play FPSs anymore. Reach's story was amazing. Never really cared about the story in any of those games. If it's like a multiplayer first shooter, like Gears of War, Halo, Call of Duty, I'm never interested in the story. I try not to play them. But sometimes if it has co-op, I'll do them just because it's like, okay, I guess I paid for it. Triangle, circle, X square. Triangle, circle, X square. Triangle, circle, X square. Damn it, I have no air dash basically, so this is going to be kind of hard to do. Hello, Requiem Lich, thank you for tuning in. So, this is so hard to do with this crazy air dash mod. I guess, alright. I gotta do it this way. Triangle, circle, X square. Triangle. Oh wait, that was not a triangle? Whoops. Never played Halo, but played a lot of Destiny back in the day. Aren't they similar? Never played Destiny. I know that Destiny's like a first-person Diablo, though. To my understanding. FPS is one of those games you just find impossible to get into, and because of that, you're very bad at them. Definitely requires a lot of time commitment. Triangle, circle, X. Let's see, can I land on this? No, I can't even... Oh, wait! If I had paid attention, I could have probably saved that. Triangle, circle, X square. Okay, here we go. Triangle, circle, X square. Triangle, circle, X square. Here we go. Triangle, circle, X square. That was not a square? Wait, am I blind? Triangle, circle, X square. Triangle, circle, X square. Triangle, circle, X square. Triangle, circle. Okay, I got it. I figured it out. Oh my goodness. Alright. And yes, there is, I promise I tried, there's no way to play this mod without this air dash, so it's just built in. There's a lot of weird quirks to playing the mod that you have to just kind of put up with. Oh, right, I need slug. I'm gonna upgrade my Eagle Eye right away, too. Because I guess the way it actually works is that you need it maxed out, and then it'll drop ammo every time. I guess that's how it works. Let's get across. Oh yeah, easy. Grab this, thank you very much. Okay. Your favorite FPS games are Duke Nukem 3D, Shadow Warrior, Doom 64, Halo 2, Metro Prime, and GoldenEye. Some great games there. I love GoldenEye soundtrack. Like, I spent a bunch of time listening to the song for Cradle. That song is awesome. You always wondered if playing with a different controller on PC would change this puzzle. No, it does not. Yeah, no, it's still PlayStation buttons. Which makes sense because it's not like PlayStation doesn't have their name on this game anymore. You know, you have the option to log in, which I wouldn't recommend doing. But you can log in to PSN through the main menu for some reason. I'm not sure what the point of that integration is. But it's there as an option. I guess, oh, I know why, duh. Because if you hadn't played the game already on console, you can get the trophies for the PC version on your account if you care about that. But yeah, I logged out as soon as I realized it was pointless. GoldenEye speedruns are cool to watch. Yeah, I agree. I like the co-op one that was done on GDQ a long time ago. It was like Ryan Lockwood and our White Goose, I believe. I think it was them too. No, I remember our White Goose was there, but I don't remember who the other guy was. But yeah, Streets 112, classic video. Can't go wrong watching that one by Ryan Lockwood. Great video, Streets 112, gotta watch it. And it's very short, it's like 2 minutes. But like the music from that video, I love that song. It's from like some movie, it's so good. Hello Kaneki, thank you for tuning in. Destiny was developed by Bungie, the original developers of Halo, but they are very different in nature. The extent of FPS that you've played was going through the Destiny 2 storylines with your girlfriend because she wanted you to try it, and you were pretty bad at it. Don't worry, you don't gotta be a beast at everything. I mean, there's a lot of games you can still be, like... There's a lot of games where you don't have to learn them, or, like, be really good at them to enjoy them. It's just so absurd. It's so absurd. Okay, we gotta shoot some stuff here, though. I have a little bit of shotgun ammo. Alright, let's go. Did I put on the Eagle Eye? I did. Oh, I never put on the double-edged gear, though. Whoops, put that on. Okay, that's everything. And yes, you are not losing your mind. The shotgun does have a different sound. It does have a different sound that is embedded into the mod. You cannot turn that off. At this point in time, that is just part of the mod. And also, the shotgun shoots very fast in comparison to the normal game, but it's weaker. So again, these are embedded tweaks that really shouldn't have anything to do with the enemy movesets, but it's just part of it, the way the mod is right now. If you were wondering, that's why I'm playing with it. Because if I could turn it off, I would. Let's go ahead and grab this stuff over here. Am I a default outfit enjoyer? It's probably my top 3 outfits in the game. Since well, back when we did a lot of speedrunning, I would always do new game, and so if you do new game, you don't really have access to outfits. You could technically play with like some of the global ones, but like, don't really care about that, so... But there's a few global outfits, but yeah, the default is amazing. Can't go wrong. My other favorite costume is just the Taki suit. Oh, hang on, did I not grab the thingamabobber? Whoops. Abusive enemy mod? Yes, Kaneki. So, I spent the first 34 minutes of the stream, because it's a lot of information, like a ton of information. I spent the first 34 minutes of the stream going over the changes that the mod makes. But then also, it's linked in the description if you wanted to just look over it. But the gist of it is that there's all sorts of random gameplay mods bundled in with the big stuff, which is there are 14 enemies that are modified. Like, there's 10 enemies and then 4 bosses. So 14 enemies, and then there's all sorts of other little things like, you know, you can get grabbed by these enemies that are modified. They can still grab you while you're on the floor. You get up slower. And other stuff. I wonder how close I can get. Wait, what if I just jump? Can I jump here? Oh, I can't. Never mind. That would have been cool. Because I think that our dash is so fast and, like, long. Oh, wait, I can double dash? What the fuck? What? Look at this. What in the world is going on? How? Why is this related to a difficulty mod? You can do 4 dashes. Wait, holy shit. Once we get double jump, we're gonna be unstoppable. I just can't believe that. That is so crazy. Okay, so now I know what movement we're gonna be doing for the rest of the run. Is there a blue version of this outfit? No. There is not. This default outfit? No, there's no blue one. There are blue outfits in the game, but not for this specific one. The next, like, the other color patterns are, like, there's an orange one. I think there is a... I can't remember what the others are, but I know there's an orange one. The first one you pick up, it's in... at the beginning of Flooded Commercial Sector. It's this outfit, but orange. Let's max this out. And let's also max out our drone a little bit more. Get some explosives. Get some more... I can't get slug yet. Okay, no big deal. And I have ammo, right? We got ammo. Oh, yeah. Tumbler. I'm not gonna get 2 tumbler upgrades. Never mind, that's too much. Wow, we can basically fly. Yeah, we are zooming. Oh, red one? Well, I think Obama Orb, the one I think that you're thinking of, is the Planet Diving Suit 6th. I know that for that one, there's a red one. There's the blue-white one, which was using some promotional stuff, and then there's the new white one, which came out with the complete edition. Or like if you pre-order the complete edition or something. Look, my ammo is not being drained. Do you see this? Do you see this? It's at 100% of the time. So we always get our ammo back. So this is a decision that the modder made. So it's a weaker shotgun that just shoots like this. So that's what we're working with. All right. So this should work for all of them, right? Let me see. Yeah, I'm still at 10 shots. Wow. So we just shoot 10. Wow. That's kind of crazy. I think the damage is better on this one. Yeah, for sure. But I think this one shoots slower. I believe. I have to go back and look at the gun tweaks mod that's embedded. But I believe this one's slower. It feels about the same. I just know the shotgun is faster. Let's just revive, whatever. I know the shotgun is definitely faster. Okay, now he's dead. Yeah. Let's grab our loot. And we are now past Altess. So we're gonna get to Matrix very soon, which is super exciting because that's when we can finally fight Stalker, a boss that has been modified. And just to see how that's like. Hope you guys are staying hydrated. This mod has good potential, you think? They just need to separate the mods from each other. Yeah. That would make it so much more enjoyable. I would be over the moon enthusiastic about it if it played like the game that we're playing, Stellar Blade. Like with some nerfs, like if you want us to stay down longer, I don't mind that at all. I think that's cool. That's a cool idea to play around with. You know, even nerfing the dodge. Even nerfing the dodge doesn't bother me at all. It's just that I can't use the combos that I want to use reliably because everything is overcommittal. Because it's just like literally the combos are just broken. All of them are broken. If you've played the game before, if you know what it feels like, what it should feel like, all the combos are broken. Unless you're missing something, the only dive suit that has a jacket is the 3rd version. I'm not sure. I'm not the best person to ask about that kind of stuff. I don't even know all the outfits in the game. I've never collected all of them. Oh, you looked it up? Eat your nuggets. You looked it up. 7th V2 is blue. 7th V2 is blue? 7th V2? Really? Because 7th... That's this outfit. 7th version 2 is orange. That's the one from the beginning of the flooded commercial sector. But, let me just make sure I'm not gaslighting you guys. No, this is 7th. That is very... I think that's very incorrect. Because I've picked that one up before. Like, it's one of the first costumes that you get in the game. So I do remember that one. 732 is orange. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. But, what's that mod called that replaces the skin suit with the endgame angel suit? It's called, Skin 2 Fusion. Planet Diving Protection Suit. Oh, okay. I don't even know what that one is. I don't know what that one is. I think that's a newer one from Complete Edition. Planet Diving Protection. Yeah, this is just regular Planet Diving suit. This is the default one. The only blue suit that I can remember is there's a blue-white one, which is 6th version 2 or version 3 or whatever. There's the 6th, and then there's also the sporty one. Sporty yellow, the version 2 of that one. So like the Kill Bill jumpsuit, the version 2 is blue and gray. And those are the two that I can remember. So yeah, I need one more. We'll get one. I'll get one soon. Once we get to Matrix. Buy some ammunitions. Oh, I can't hold anymore. Okay. Level up. Just kidding, we're not gonna level up. Because I want my burst stuff soon. Oh, what am I doing? I can just go back here. It's just, this is honestly so comical. I can't believe we have crazy super dashing. Unless, maybe the modder intended for you to use the dashes to get away from enemies. Which, I mean, like, if that's the reasoning, to me, that's crazy. Because there's already a whole mechanic about dodging in the game. And also, part of the mod nerfs dodging. So, like, clearly they want us to use the mod. Because, rather, they want us to use perfect dodges because they're nerfed a little bit. Where you can still get hit in the middle of a perfect dodge animation after like a certain amount of time if you get hit by something. So there's that. Wow, once I get double jump, I can just fly through everything. This is gonna be insane. Because I mean, even without double jump, I can do 3. So once we have double jump, I'll be able to do like 5 or 6 air dashes. I'll make another timestamp once we do get to Matrix, because that'll be truly where like the mod really starts, because like there's more things that are modified there. Stalker Juggernaut should be really fun. What game has movement like this? Where can you do anything like this? I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm doing like a mini flight. I feel like a Xion. But I'm learning to fly, you know? So like I can't I haven't I'm like Videl still learning to fly. Nier Automata has some crazy movement in the speedrun. It's air dashing stuff like this? Oh yeah, true. No, you're right. Actually, Dev, it is kind of like a trick. If you play with Trickster, it's kind of like a trick from DMC. Or not like I'm talking about the dashes in Trickster as Dante. Not Virgil's trick up and trick down and all that trick back, all that stuff. No, like it's kind of like essentially a Trickster air dash. That's really what it's like. And we're about to unlock air hike, which Lily will give us. You can chain like 5 different methods of air mobility. You can chain together to get insane distance and height, huh? I should see Bayonetta speedruns. I've never seen one. Thank you, Adam. I will not do that. Hang on. Did I not grab my third gear slot? I don't have one. Hang on. Let me just go over here. Did I get this? I did get this. Oh, you know what I didn't get? I didn't get the one behind the tetrapod. But we'll get that real quick. Oh my gosh. Virgil has an insane moonwalk thing that basically turns him into the Flash. Wow, that's crazy. You love walking around the city and just jamming? It's a vibe for sure. I'm so jealous of you, Sravan, because like you're so new to the game still. That I definitely had all those thoughts, you know, a year and a half ago. So it's cool to see people enjoying the game again, kind of like for the first time, you know, like. That's awesome. I always think about there's a lot of games where I would love to just wipe my memory, like do the Men in Black, you know, forget everything, and then experience the game all over again. I would play through every Resident Evil game all over again. And this game. And Demon Souls. Wind Waker still has one of the most insane speedruns you've ever seen. It's wild to see a game get cracked open and broken like that. Oh yeah, a lot of Zelda games are in general. Old Nintendo games are just extremely broken, like in general. Like all these old games have so many exploits that, you know, they never thought like someone would go in and do all this. It is crazy. It's crazy for sure. I mean, even like Oblivion speedruns, you can just like get to the end instantly. Even Elden Ring, you can also zip to the end. So even newer games have unbelievably broken stuff. I need one more Omnibolt here? Oh. I guess I got bad RNG on some stuff. Not a big deal. Oh wait, hang on a sec. I missed a health upgrade that I wanted to grab. I forgot. Let's grab it real quick. I'm gonna go back to 807, and I'm gonna go grab the upgrade in Construction Zone. I meant to get it, because I wanted to get 2 health upgrades for this playthrough. Here's of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild have absolutely insane texture runs. Yeah, this is true as well. I know you can just like use boulders to fly across the map, which is hilarious. Could be this one. Oh, this Construction Zone, obviously. Breath of the Wild movement is very funny to watch. You can do a lot of weird stuff to just zip through the map. Okay, so I'm gonna grab... Actually, this should be trivial. Especially because I got a double jump now, so check this out. I have a double jump now? Dude, I'm gonna just fly across the map. Wait, okay, I can't go that far, but... I could just go over here. Wow. Oh, my block still does... It does still work. This guy has infinite health or something. He's literally not taking damage. Do you see this? He's just not taking damage. Let's see if a Retribution kills him. That did deal damage. But my regular attacks do not deal damage. Okay, that's fine. I guess this enemy is just bugged. Yeah, it doesn't take damage. He regenerates his shield? What? Okay, no big deal. Retributions saved us. I mentioned it several times, but yeah, this mod is in its infancy. There's already some bugs that they mentioned, like, oh, I'm gonna try to fix this next. But there's probably all sorts of other things that, like, that particular enemy... Let's timestamp it. Maybe they'll watch this stream. I doubt it. But this is a bugged enemy. And for all I know, it could be fixed by just reloading the save. But I just wanted that health upgrade. And that's it. Oh wait, I could have kept going. That's so crazy. I'll buy more ammo. I'll buy 3 of these. Well, I only have enough for 2. I'll buy 2. Okay. Let's leave. Like Patrick would say. Alright, Matrix 11 time. Wait, can I travel to Matrix from here? No, I can't. We gotta go to Xion. You can use the time freeze, hit a boulder where you want to climb, and then you're a NASA pilot. Yes, it's so cool. Breath of the Wild, there's a super fun tech where you can use one bomb to launch another bomb. Into Link's back, it launches you into the air, and it's insane. You get insane speeds? Wow. I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, we are now on our way to Matrix 11 at last. I just quickly went back to Construction Zone in 807 so I could grab 1 health upgrade that I wanted. So once we get out of Matrix, I'll have 2 health upgrades total, which will carry us in case we struggle later. And what else? There are 2 notable bosses to look out for. We're going to fight Stalker and Juggernaut, and they are both modified. And then the other enemies that are modified, I believe... I'd have to look at the list again, but I think the... No, just kidding. I think the enemies with skullings on them, like the Cthulhu enemies, they don't have... The tentacle guys, they don't have any modifications. I should touch this just in case. I want to grab this camp. I might want to come back here for some reason. You know, I guess I don't take fall damage either, right? Like if I'm all the way over here. Oh, you still take fall damage, so you can't just spam your air dash willy-nilly, because you will take fall damage. Okay. So I guess that's balanced. Not really, but something to keep note of. Wonder if you can air dash and escape into the desert. You know, maybe. Maybe, to be honest. Which ending did I go for on my first run? I fought Elder. On my very first blind playthrough, I just fought Elder. Because to me, it was the decision that made sense. This must look completely goofy. I mean, it is pretty goofy. Also, we just have infinite ammo. You don't literally have infinite ammo. The thing is that this mod also makes it so that if you're using the Eagle Eye, anytime you shoot, you get ammo back. If you hit something. You need to hit a target, so... And here is one of these things that I wanted. Got another drone upgrade module. Oh man, this is amusing though. Can you imagine if this shit worked like in the game for real and then the speedrun was just this the entire game? Okay, let's do this room the usual way. Okay, that's everybody. Right. It'd be really nice if we could dodge while holding the gun. You mean while aiming? You think there's a need for that? Because you can put it down so quickly. Or do you just mean like strafing, like sidestep strafing kind of something? Kind of like, hold on. If you played Ratchet and Clank, so like do you mean like you want to be able to like aim and keep shooting while dodging around, kind of like in Ratchet and Clank, you can jump left and right, like that? I'm just thinking about it because I was playing Deadlocked literally the other night. That game is so funny. Ratchet and Clank just has great humor, but I felt like playing Deadlocked randomly. I also got a modded PS2 recently, so I've been playing PS2 more. It's been very enjoyable. I'm even getting some. I'm looking for some speakers for my CRT. Rather, to plug my PS2 into so I can just enjoy better sound. Because my CRT only has mono audio, it's pretty not good. And for some games especially, I really want to hear the music like just pumping. Just because like I was playing Need for Speed Most Wanted on PS2. Like, damn, this soundtrack is so incredible. And I listen to it so much normally, just like in my everyday life on my speakers or on my headphones. That, yeah, hearing it through mono audio is not the same. And I wanted to enjoy the songs more. So I was like, I'm going to get some speakers. If you get period correct speakers, back when CRT monitors were still a thing, the speakers will be magnetically shielded, so you can have them right next to the CRT and it won't affect the picture. So, like, in fact, my computer speakers that I'm still using are from like 2006 or something originally. So they are also magnetically shielded. I could just use these, but I don't want to have to like move them around depending on if I'm using my TV, my CRT, or my computer. So I'm just looking for some cheap ones from that era. Basically, anything before, like, 2010, it should be good. Wow, crazy. So, I've been on the hunt for speakers. Didn't know I played Deadlocked as well. Actually, you know what's crazy, Requiem Lich? I played so much Deadlocked online. That was one of the first games that I really grinded online. And I had the PS2 headset and everything. And this is back when I was, like, very self-conscious about, like, oh my gosh, my voice is high-pitched. Everyone's making fun of me. But I didn't really talk that much. Because if you were a kid online, especially at the time, like probably now, maybe, probably maybe not. But like if you, you know, if you're a kid and you haven't gone through puberty yet, it's brutal being online. So I remember like my first game that I played a lot online was Jack X. I grinded the hell out of Jack X online, and I didn't talk to anybody in that game. Didn't want to talk to anyone, but I listened. It's kind of funny. Nearly every Ratchet and Clank game has a dirty pun for its title. Is Deadlocked a pun somehow? I mean, obviously, Up Your Arsenal, Going Commando. Yeah, I understand those. But like, what is Deadlocked? How does it feel knowing I'm the GOAT? I don't know about that, but I appreciate your super encouragement all the time, Victor. Okay, nice. Let's go. Being a kid online is brutal. You met a lot of cool people though. Even when you were squeaky. Squeaky, yeah, like SpongeBob's shoes. You remember back in the early 90s, your older brother stuck a magnet to the TV and permanently broke the colors on the screen. Damn, what an asshole. Why would he do that? I guess he just didn't know, of course. But You know, yeah, you're right. I'm sure he did not do that on purpose, right, Agatoki? Right? So, yeah, if you're using computer speakers for a CRT, rather, if you're plugging in like a PS2 or a GameCube or whatever into some speakers for better sound, you gotta make sure that your speakers are magnetically shielded. But yeah, dude, gaming on a CRT is wonderful. I mean, I enjoy like modern games and new displays, blah blah blah. But like playing on a CRT is truly it's unmatched. It feels so good. Feels so good. I love it. Wait, do I really want that? I think I'd rather just get better overcharge maybe. Or do I want more slug? I think I'll get yeah, I guess I'll get slug. Just so I don't accidentally mess up any insta kills or something. But yeah, the way that old games look on CRTs, it's fantastic. Yo, let's go. We're playing Stellar Blade right now. Let's go, baby. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Can I land on the ladder? Hell yeah. You never had a box TV? You don't think just chunky flat screens when you were younger? Yeah. CRTs, like cathode ray tube TVs, are truly fantastic for retro gaming. And honestly, just like even if it's an old movie, like I'm watching it on VHS, it's still cool as well. Oh wait, hold on, sorry. I need the save point here. We need it. This boss has been modified. So it's gonna have different strings and stuff that we gotta actually really pay attention to. So I will die. I almost died again right there. Okay, here we go. Okay, if you're jumping to this timestamp, we are now on Stalker. Now, Stalker is one of 4 bosses that have been modified for this mod. So they have some different strings. Their flowcharts are different. We're going to see what happens. They can pick us up while we're still down, if we get knocked down. And they'll have some attacks, they should have some attacks that look like regular attacks but are actually grabs. And in our experience with earlier enemies, if an enemy has a new grab attack that looks like a regular attack, it's not, you can't parry it. You have to dodge it, but it has no indication that it's unblockable. So, gotta keep all that in mind. But this is our first boss that's different. So I'm excited. And remember, we've also got a bunch of nerfs going on as well. Oh, okay, that works. One. Oh, that's a grab. So now I know that's a grab. Okay, if he does a swipe, it's a grab. Look out for it. Oh, that's the same grab, but just part of the 2-string. All right. And no way to... That goes into a clash. That's interesting. How did I fail it? Okay. This seems like a lot of fun. It's just, unfortunately, we're playing an NES game right now. This is basically Mega Man at the moment. We just have to see these things and get grabbed by them because there's no indication at all. There's no indication. Okay. So we saw... I mean, I can recognize what it looks like visually, at least. I mean, I know that attack very well, obviously. If it just had the circles to tell me it was unblockable, that'd be so cool. So now I guess we just dodge everything. Also, the repulse doesn't work there. Huh. One, and I'm gonna assume that's a grab, I guess. I mean, I have no idea, but I kind of have to assume, so I think what I'll do is just dodge more. Assume that's a grab. Now, if I knew, I could express myself more in the combat, but I have to assume everything's a grab. Because that does look like a grab, so we're just going to dodge a lot. This mod has so much potential. Like, you can tell they put a lot of work into it, but I don't know, like, that could be a grab. So just dodge it, you know? Also, he's not taking damage. You guys notice that? I think this boss is also broken. Oh, I understand. I get it. That unblockable, since I didn't dodge it, instead of just hitting me, it puts you into a QTE that is unwinnable, I guess. I'm assuming, because I was mashing square, or X in this case on my Xbox controller, and you can't mash out of that. Yeah, but so we're not doing damage, so it's kind of hard to fight the boss too if you can't deal damage. And there's no way you're intended to just do retributions only. That's not intended, obviously. We're still not doing damage. Dang it. Yeah, that's unwinnable. You have a game recommendation for PS2? Ghost Rider. It's like an old God of War game. It was so awesome back in the day. Ghost Rider, like the motorcycle guy, you mean? Huh. So, alright, I mean, okay, so here's the thing. I honestly don't know what to do, because this is the second time now that we've fought an enemy where we can't deal damage to them. And so, like, yeah, I could just put the difficulty down to story. Or sorry, like to normal. We could play on normal and just kill him retributions only. If we did it on hard, it would just take so long. I would be here all night for every boss. Like, if we got to do every boss like that. Okay, let me try it one more time. Let me also reload. Let me do reload from last save and see if that potentially fixes it. Because if it's going to be like this, I think the mod might be a little bit too rough around the edges to really do a full playthrough right now. And it's possible, maybe, I don't know, it seems like it would be intended for a full playthrough, but since, you know, since there are 10 regular enemies that are not boss fights that have been modified, I don't think that they were just going into boss challenge, the mod creator. I doubt they were just going into boss challenge and fighting there. Because, like, maybe it works in boss challenge. We can test that next. But at least here in the campaign, I can't deal damage to Stalker. One, two, three, four. So we're just not dealing damage. Okay, one thing I can do as well. 1, 2. Is I can just see if maybe once we break their shield. 1, 2. So at least I know that's not a grab now. 1 and... Oh, that's... Okay, that's the grab. Let's do a retribution and see if that... it should deal damage, definitely. But what I want to see is, if I break their shield, will I then start dealing damage? Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's the trick. How would I rate this mod so far? I mean... It's hard to rate because you can't play the enemy behaviors, you can't play with the different enemies' behaviors without all the other stuff built in, which really hampers the experience. Mainly just the combos all being broken. Every single combo is broken. So the only thing reliably that we can do is the aerial combo, which obviously makes the whole playthrough less fun. But I think it's really interesting in that if this were working correctly, I think this would be extremely cool. Like, I'm really hyped about this, you know? If we can get it to work. 1, 2, 3. Let me try again on the repulse. That would be the repulse timing. I didn't get a repulse, so... I think the repulses also, maybe by design, they are not supposed to work. Alright, that's also a grab. In the mod loader, I mentioned that I tick the first 3. What if you choose 3 different ones? The thing is, eat your nugget, I know what you're talking about. Those the boxes that I ticked, what they're for is, apparently, it's for, like, something with Eve's sword. So, like, one of them is make the sword invisible. I don't know why you'd play with that. I don't understand the point of them. But that's built into the mod as well. You have to choose them. Or, I guess I could just not check them. I could do that as well. But the instructions said to choose one of the versions for the sword. So, I don't know. It's one of the more, definitely like more obtuse mods to install as well. Maybe because I'm using a mod manager. Maybe it makes more sense if you don't use a mod manager, I don't know. We still have not done any damage to his health. Okay. I wish this had a yellow circle. Hang on, let me reload again. I'll even do this. Let's put it on normal, because I just need to know. I need to know if there's any light at the end of the tunnel. If I break his shield, will then suddenly I be able to do damage to his health bar? That's what I'm really curious about. So we're testing right now because it's currently bugged in that I cannot deal health damage. But if I break the shield, will it work? One, two, three, four. So he's taking damage. Wait, what the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Why is that a thing? 1, 2. Look, my sword still doesn't deal damage, but my shotgun does. So I can only deal damage with a shotgun? What? The shotgun does deal damage. My sword is broken. Well, even there, after breaking its shield, we cannot deal damage with our sword. So let's just see how long this would take to do. I mean, this is kind of... I mean, yeah, we could just kill him if we just shoot him because we have unlimited ammo. But then I'm not fighting him, and then I'm not seeing the new attacks, which is no fun. Look, see, this is just dealing damage. And look, his shield is broken, but my sword still does nothing, as you can see. So I can't deal damage this way. 1, 2, 3. And also the repulse is broken. I cannot do repulse, and I have it researched. Interesting how that grounded me. It actually pulled me out of my invincibility on my beta chain. Enemies are either invincible or they can only be defeated by retribution. Yeah. I think we might be... I don't know. I kind of don't want to continue anymore. This seems very fun, right? Like, look at how weird this is. This goes into a clash, you know? Like, that's so interesting. But there's too many things that make it unplayable. And before the infinite ammo it comes with a trade-off of no damage sword. Yeah, that's not a trade-off I would ever make. I want to play Stellar Blade. I want to play Stellar Blade with my sword. I want to use the blade. Yeah, Juan, that's the first time I dropped the difficulty because I just wanted to check. So I'll put it back on hard. I would happily play with more of this mod if my guns were normal and if my combos were not broken. That's the main thing. In fact, let's go over this for anybody who missed it at the beginning. Just real quick. So let me just show you again. This is how a combo should normally work in Stellar Blade. You can interrupt, you can dodge cancel or either dodge cancel or guard cancel out of, or aim cancel, out of startup frames and recovery frames. But the startup frames are the biggest thing here that are like so crazy different. So look, I'm going to do onslaught 1. Triangle, triangle, triangle. So if you wanted to, you could do, that's a bad example. I'm going to do incursion 4. Square, 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 triangle, triangle. So after the third square inputs, after pressing triangle, after that first triangle, you can press and hold L1 and it'll pull you out as early as possible out of the attack. Notice how I'm holding down L1. Okay, wait, hold on, sorry, look. I'm gonna do square, 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 triangle, and then hold down triangle. And it does not work. It does not pull me out of the startup frames. Now, let's quickly go out of the game and disable the mod, and I'll show you how it should work normally. And this affects every single combo, which means every combo is broken, basically. And there's no way to separate it either. So I'm going to disable the mod here. Okay, I will purge mods. Now I will go back into the game. And I'll show you how Incursion 4 should look. Have a good night, Agatoki. Thank you for tuning in, man. I appreciate you. And thanks for the story about the CRT. Okay, now let's go back into the game. Can I try Stalker in the boss battle menu? I'll try that next. Yeah, good idea, Juan. Maybe it works in there, but the thing is, what would be weird about that is that they modded a bunch of enemies too, which you can only fight in the actual game. So it'd be weird if, you know, if it worked in boss challenge but not in the game, but I'll try it. I'll try it. Okay. So check it out. Now we're back. So again, square, 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 triangle. And look at that. That is now impossible because of this mod. See, you can even hear, you can do it so early. You can do it extremely early. Literally before she even jumps. Or later. So every combo is broken, and that should have nothing to do with the enemy behaviors, but they're bundled in. That's just the only way to download the mod. And unless you like know how to mod games yourself, I guess, I don't even know how you would separate the two. Let's go back here. Let's go ahead and re-enable this just to be very thorough. I'm gonna re-enable it and press deploy. I don't think I have to do that, but deploy, go back into Stellar Blade. Okay. And now let's try it in boss challenge per Juan's idea. I had the idea too, like maybe it'll work in boss challenge. But I think that the biggest takeaway is that, I mean, unless you like are okay with messing around with stuff like this where like the game is going to feel very, very different and like there's a ton of nerfs that seem like unintentional nerfs, then it's hard to recommend. But again, it's in its infancy. This mod, maybe in a month, could be awesome. In a month, it could be amazing. Turn this into a hitless run. That's a change of idea. Oh, change the stream? No, I think I'm just going to stop playing. I'm just going to end the stream. I definitely don't feel like doing hitless right now. Because what I'd rather do if I'm going to do that is I'd rather make my offline video. I'd like to record that right now. So that's probably what I'll do. But just to verify, let's jump back into the campaign. See if Stalker is still broken. So I should not be able to deal damage. Maybe I just needed a reboot, maybe. Still not dealing damage. I cannot deal damage to Stalker. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Delay and repulse. And I have repulse researched. It does not work, so I guess that could be intentional though, I guess. 1, 2. Oh, we jumped over that. That was cool. But yeah, if I break his shield, as you can see, that's another nerf where your perfect dodge isn't all iframes. I don't think it's even possible to dodge that. I've tried a few different timings. It doesn't seem doable. It does not seem doable. And sword did not do damage in boss challenge. I haven't tried it yet. I'm going to try it right now. But as you can see, still, that is what's happening right now. I'm going to play Fallout and go to bed. All right, Stravin, good night. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. Let's go back to the main menu, and I'll boot up boss challenge. Maybe it'll work there. If so, there's still hope. We could at least check out all the bosses. So let's go in. I'll go to hard, Stalker, settings from last save. So this is going to be otherwise identical to our playthrough, and maybe the boss will work here. All right. One, 2, 3. He's not taking damage. One and dodge. I was knocked down. And I think we're just screwed. Okay, no, we got out of the way that time. One and dodge, because that is now an unblockable. So yeah, we just can't really fight the boss though. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, that's an unblockable now? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, this mod would be super fun. You need circles to show something is unblockable. You know how awful it would be? Like, I know this game really well, obviously. I know it probably better than the average person. But I see an attack and I'm like, oh, that's a parry. But no, it's not a parry anymore. So, yeah, I think we're just done with this. I think because the fact that our playthrough is now completely screwed, we cannot progress past Stalker because there's no way to deal damage to him. Unless I shot him. Should I do that? What if I just shoot him and then at least see Juggernaut? Should we just do that? I think we'll do that. Let's at least see Juggernaut. Maybe Juggernaut will work. Maybe Juggernaut will be really fun. But I think I'll probably stop after that. And the last thing would be Demo Crawler and Behemoth, but... Okay. This is how the bosses feel during my hitless runs? Yeah, exactly, right? I'm not gonna... Since also another part of this mod is that your ammo doesn't stun. So, which, I mean, I guess for this, in this case, it's cool. Because it's the only way we can deal damage anyway, so... One, two, three, and 4. Dodge. Shoot him a little bit. 1 and dodge. I got grabbed on the floor. That can happen. Okay. That does not feel dodgeable at all. You want to see a mod where all attacks are 1.2 faster? That'd be fun. Yeah. Let's just check Juggernaut, I guess. Alright, and then we'll just wrap this up. And if we're doing that, we can also just check Demo Crawler real quick as well. Okay, so pivot, 348. Okay, if you're jumping to this timestamp, we cannot advance past Stalker because I cannot deal damage to him. The only way to deal damage is with my gun. So, we're just gonna fight him. Sorry, we're gonna move on to the Juggernaut, who is also modified. I'll just use the maximum preset. And see what the fight is like, I guess, just to take a look at it. May as well, and then we'll check Demo Crawler too. Alright, so I'm gonna assume everything is a grab. Dodge, and wait for his foot. Dodge, that's normal stuff. What? That's kind of funny. Hang on, so his quick attack, like the invisible attack, which we learned how to parry a couple streams ago, that goes into his invincible blink. And by the way, blinks and repulses don't... Well, actually no, the blinks have worked. The repulses don't work. So we should be able to blink it. One. At least this guy takes damage. Oh wait, this blink doesn't work either. I guess that's on purpose. I have to assume that even though there's a blue circle and all that, and a purple circle, you're not intended to use those abilities. So I think they're broken on purpose, I think. Hello, King Raise SR. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, so it seems like that is... Oh, that's so weird. He, like, did it in that direction. Do you see the range on that now, too? You just play some Sonic Crossroads after this? Nice, hell yeah. Yeah, at least he's taking damage, this is true. So, it is beatable. And okay, so I guess what you have to do is just assume, just don't, it's good because we kind of have a lot of practice on this, but every single blink and repulse, just pretend you don't have the abilities researched. Pretend you don't have them. Dodge, and waits for his foot. Dodge. Okay. So that invisible attack, man, that's I gotta just be really defensive then, I suppose. That grab he does gives you Astaroth vibes from Soul Calibur. You know, the only Soul Calibur I ever played, I think, was Soul Calibur 2 at a friend's house when I was much younger. Never played any besides it, but I know that, like, Heihachi, I think, is in one of them. Or no, Kratos is in one of them. All sorts of crazy collaborations, which is cool. Okay, so all I want to do right now is I want to parry his invincible attack. Sorry, the invisible attack right there. Because if you don't parry it, it's instant death. Brutal. The way that we figured out how to parry it is just... You can kind of see he twitches his arms very slightly. And that's the timing. As soon as you see that, you can go ahead and parry. I really wish the free rush worked. I didn't get a dodge there somehow. You saw Kratos in Dragon's Dogma 2 walking in the world? Wait, like, you mean someone cosplaying as him? Hey Triple D, thank you for tuning in. Made Elder, Xion, and Eve fan art? Cool. If you made art, you can share it in our Discord. We have a Safe for Work Discord where there's an art page. Oh, it's actually kind of bugging out a little bit. So there's that going on. I wonder what it's supposed to be. One and I think the tentacles are just still stuck to. Oh no, they're stuck to the ground. Or me? That hit is literally instant death. I guess maybe I'm sure you can survive it if you're on like New Game Plus with a bunch of health, but like who wants to play like that? I don't. Hello Pope, good to see you again. We're just playing on maximum right now. I think the tentacles are completely screwed. We also have to reload. That attack does have better tracking now, apparently, according to the mod notes. One and dodge. That dodge timing isn't the normal timing. Trust me, I've dodged that probably 100 times at least from challenge runs. Gotta see how that works. Someone made a pawn, my companion, and they designed him very close to Kratos. Okay, well, I thought this was a real person. I think this is a bot. I'll just ban them. I really thought that was a human. I was wrong. But yeah, that guy was a little bit janky. A little bit janky. This unblockable is normal. Okay. I failed again. Who was the bot? I don't even know what their username was anymore. Irrelevant. You wish this game had more DLC? I think games are too expensive to further invest once they are released. Well, this game got a lot of support for free, so I think Shift Up did an incredible job, personally. At least we're dealing damage, so like, that's good. Oh my gosh, I'm never expecting it. I'm never expecting it that early. Meaningless for it. You're saying free DLC updates are meaningless if it's nothing with real substance. So that's a very black and white way of looking at things, but definitely everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I personally have fully enjoyed all the free content that we've gotten. Can't complain about free stuff. At least I can't. Can't wait for the Hollow Knight Silksong DLC whenever that comes. I can't wait to play base Hollow Knight. I'm going to play that one day. I know I will. And I'm sure it'll be awesome. Nope. Dodge and wait for his foot and dodge. Okay, I'm feeling it now. Invisible attack? Damn it, I was expecting it too. I was expecting it too. Bugborn. Oh yeah, Silksong. I remember now, Juan. I remember. You still maintain that Shift Up has really knocked it out of the park for their first AAA console game. 100%. I fully agree with that. As someone obsessed with the game, you'll start a new playthrough to see the updated content. However, you do acknowledge success for some players to completely replay the game. Oh yeah, I guess for some things you have to start a new playthrough depending on where you're at. Nope. Okay, I'm thinking after this he's gonna do it the invisible attack right here. He didn't. And I don't see how that's dodgeable. You really want Stellar Blade to get a roguelike game mode like God of War did? It's funny, I talked about that in my wishlist video. I haven't played Valhalla yet, although I do plan to at some point. I do plan to at some point. Dodge, wait for his foot, and dodge. Yeah, there's no way to fix these tentacles. Maybe if I go back to the main menu. Oh my gosh, alright, let's try that. Yote is great. About 20 hours deep, hell yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I know we've got a few folks who already platinum and did all that. So that's cool. Oh yeah, Akai Neko, isn't the Valhalla experience like 7 hours long? My plan was to do it in one stream, but we didn't quite get there. Yeah, nobody spoil Valhalla. One. I don't see how you can dodge this. I haven't gotten a single dodge on that. That attack seems broken. Which, maybe that's intended? Hey, you gotta be open-minded, right? Maybe that's intended, and what the developer of the mod wants us to do is just air dash backwards. So let's just do that, I guess. Wow, the rush is so broken. One and... So look, that works. I guess that's what's intended. That is... I'd like to just dodge that personally. Maybe. Invisible... Oh, there it is. I failed on the parry. I thought I had gotten that. I failed on the parry though. The invisible parry is something we got down pretty well the other day. So unless they made it an unblockable, which I guess is possible, then we haven't gotten it once. We'll try again though. Wait for his foot. Dodge. Okay. Oh, you know what else? Because the combos are broken, so I can't guard cancel out of attacks like normal. So let me just sit there. I'll stop attacking and just sit there and I'll see if I can parry it. Because if I can't, then that attack must be unblockable now. Must be a new unblockable. One. And dodge. Okay. Wait here. Nope, he didn't do it. I just air dash away. One. Air dash away again, I guess. He didn't do it again. I'm waiting for the invisible attack. He didn't do it again. Hang on, now he's not doing it. Because now I'm waiting for it. Nope. One and repulse. Oh, but it's this thing, which seems to be undodgeable as well. Is he not doing it because I'm not attacking? Please do the attack, sir. Doesn't want to do it. When it happens, I'll show you what the invisible attack is, in case you don't know Juggernaut as well. One, and then this. Just not doing it at all. I guess he only does it when I'm attacking. I guess that's it. No. It even pulled me out of that. So, I would like to see if you can still parry the invisible attack. That's what I would love to see. You think it's a counter he has to stop from mashing too much? You recently tried out Persona 3 Reload demo as a never played one. I expected the demo to be very short, but it took you 10 hours to beat the demo? Wow. That's a lot of value. One. One. And dodge. Yeah, he only seems to do it in the middle of an attack. Which would normally be fine. To be very clear, that would normally be okay, but because the mod has broken combos embedded into it, we cannot guard cancel out of attacks like normal, or dodge cancel for that matter, or aim cancel for that matter. So we can't do any of that stuff, which means, like, it kind of makes you play more passively. But I want to see the different attacks that he does. Like, I want to see the new stuff. How can I just get him to do this one attack? Oh, there was my chance. That was my chance and I blew it. I blew it. Okay, hang on. We are live though. I'm alive somehow. I'll just keep doing the aerial combos, and I'll do that until he does it again. It's like his instant reaction to when I'm attacking him. That is so like, there's like no play there. There's no counterplay rather. If the combos work normally, this would be fine. Then it'd be really cool. I'd be super hyped about that, because that dodging that, or parrying that attack, because it comes out so fast, is really satisfying. And so if you had to like always be on your toes, like, okay, he could do this, and just parry, that'd be super fun, except the combos are broken. So really conflicting things going on here. Yeah, see? Can't do anything about that. It's a counter. Yeah, we're talking about, I'm sure we're talking about the same thing, but yeah, the invisible attack he does, typically he would do that just all the time, normally. Because the way a normal boss fight would be going is that I'm attacking him a lot, but I can't really attack him that much, like normal. So, he's only doing it in the middle of an attack. That's like the only time he does it. So I need to like catch him off guard. Like if I do an aerial combo and land quickly, he'll do it. He should do it. Because we got him to do it that way earlier a little bit. Land quickly. Yep. Just in response. In response to attacking him, so you just can't do damage. Heavy attacks? We could try that. try doing just a heavy. Oh, I have a dive kick, right. I swear I parried that, but no, I failed. I did not get the parry. It felt like I parried it. The timing felt normal to me. The timing felt normal to me. I feel like I did that correctly. Because we've done it a lot. We've done it many times. We spent like a good while practicing it just last week actually. One and air dash away. Dodge, wait for his foot, and dodge. Okay. So even just one light attack there still screwed me. Can't recover from that because of the way the combos are modified. So can't recover from that. If I want to get him to do that attack, if I want to bait it out, I need to land quickly. Land quickly as hell. Nibbles says hi. Hello, Nibbles. Thank you for supporting Juan Nibbles. Thank you for being his emotional support animal during this shiny hunting journey. One, wait for his foot, dodge. Well, I didn't land early enough. Maybe he was just telegraphed, ready to do that, or maybe he was just ready to do it anyway, like his behavior. I think that probably what it is also is that maybe the mod creator didn't intend for people to be doing no damage stuff and all that. Maybe it's intended to be kind of more of a yeah, you have to get beat up a lot. It's part of the experience, but then you have to play with a max health bar, which then makes it more like a New Game Plus thing. Or lower difficulty thing, you know? And that's no fun. I don't want to do that at all. I don't like playing on New Game Plus. So brutal. However, for the purposes of our experiments, how about I'll just boot up New Game Plus. What is it? I'll go to maximum New Game Plus. We'll have more health, and then I can just try to parry that thing because I need to see if it's parryable. Because this is gonna drive me crazy. So max NG Plus. We got the biggest health bar possible now. Okay. What am I? I'm not. Oh, I'm even wearing protection gear. Look, so now we've got everything that's tanky. So now we will never die. Can I just parry the invisible attack? Can I parry it, please? Dodge, wait for his foot, and dodge. Nope. And that's not it either. That's not it either. We're still waiting for the correct attack. Okay, here we go. Nope, that's not it either. As soon as I do it on ground, though, then... Okay, then he does it. Oh my gosh. Wow, I almost died even with all this gear on. That's crazy. I mean, the thing is, normally an attack would never do that much damage, but since it's like a chain of you take all these hits in a row... Yeah. Doesn't seem like this was made for New Game and intended for New Game at all. That's a shame. Or maybe that's just how the mod was built. Which, you know, is fine. That's just a decision. Juggernaut. You know what else too? Hang on, let me try something. Oh, he also does it when I shoot. Oh, hang on. If I can bait it out from shots, that'd be easier. Hello, Andy Dodo. Welcome back. Had to miss a bit of the stream. How's it going? Well, Stalker was broken, unfortunately, so we can't deal damage to him. We tried in boss challenge and in story mode, so there's no way for us to fight Stalker. The only way that we found to deal damage was shooting, which is like, okay. That's not great. So that's currently bugged. Then we decided to just go to Juggernaut in boss challenge just to test stuff. That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I feel like I parried that. I feel like I parried that. It felt like the thing is, too, my timing could be correct, but since all sorts of recovery times and stuff are changed, probably maybe it's essentially unparryable. And if that's the case, it's an instant death. So like it's kind of like this boss is basically impossible. I don't even know how you'd possibly do this. No, but I can put my sword up really fast. I still have faith. Let me see if I can do it one more time. That was a parry. Guaranteed. I reacted instantly. I did it instantly. I even saw Eve's sword going up. It feels like it's unblockable. It may be unblockable. Why would that be unblockable? Here, let me try just guarding it. No, it let me guard it. Okay, so the parry timing is just weird. So it did let me guard. That's good information. Alright, one more time to parry this. Tried there, I just wasn't recovered in time. Alright, let me now what I'm thinking in my head is like, holy hell, do I even remember how to do this? Because the game's like gaslighting me. I'm gonna take the mods off and I will put this real quick. I just want to fight Juggernaut normally and see if it works. Purge everything. Okay, back into the game. I need to see if it works. Like, I need to see if I'm still doing this correctly. Man, what a journey today's been. But yeah, we're not going to end up finishing this whole playthrough because Stalker is broken and yeah, it's just too much. It's too much. One of the reasons, by the way, I didn't want to test the bosses because I was thinking, oh, this will be really fun. So I want all of my live, most natural reactions to happen on stream. So that's why I didn't test anything. I didn't fight anybody. But had I tested it, I would have seen, oh, Stalker is broken. Okay. Not a great... It doesn't make sense to go for a full playthrough. Okay, now we're back to normal Stellar Blade. Let's parry Juggernaut. Now, his invisible attack, he always does just like... regularly. He'll just do it all the time. Oh, it feels so good to have my rush back. Look, immediately, first try, I know what the reaction should be. Like, I know the timing for it and when to look for it, right? But it seems to be, like, unparryable for some reason. Let's do it again, just to make sure it wasn't a fluke. Yeah, again, instantly. Oh, it's so nice having Onslaught 3 back. That's so wonderful. 1 and 2 and 3, 4, delay, and 5. Dodge, wait for his foot, and dodge. Am I planning to let the mod author know about these problems? I messaged them asking... I did send them a message, Lidney, asking if there was any way to just play with only the behavior changes. And if they respond to me, I mean, I would let them know. I would I would offer if they want some feedback. Because maybe it's intended, but yeah. Yeah, so parrying that feels normal. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to have my normal air dash back. Alright. So let's wrap up. Let's talk about this mod again. Let's talk about this mod again. Okie doke. So I'll open up the mod page once more. Abusive, enemy, movesets. Okay, here we go. Alright, so to recap, what did we do today? We played through, well, the first third of the game anyway. We stopped at Stalker. We ran into a bug where we cannot deal damage to Stalker. To recap, these are the enemies that are affected by the behavioral changes. A few enemies here from different parts of the game, and then Behemoth, Stalker, Democrawler, Juggernaut. We just took a look at Juggernaut at the end there, just because we couldn't advance past Stalker since we could not deal damage to him with our sword. However, I could still shoot him to deal damage, but I was like, okay, this boss is broken, we're just not going to do this. Now, what we did see of Stalker, though, was interesting in that some of his attacks, which are normally regular attacks, are now grabs. However, the playability isn't great because there's no yellow circle or anything to indicate that something is an unblockable attack. So that could be intended where it's just there to mess with you because like, oh, you're expecting you can parry this? No, you just got to eat an unblockable. But that doesn't, I mean, I'd be much more motivated to like learn the boss and stuff if things made sense where like there was just a circle to show something's unblockable. Since it's like different combos, I would recommend putting that in there as like feedback. And then we fought Juggernaut. They have like their invisible attack, their attack that comes out super fast. You can parry it, and it even deals balance damage in the base game, the normal game. But here, he does it like as a counter to whenever you attack him. So it's very hard to like really deal damage to him because just doing like regular light attacks, he'll respond with his quick attack that is harder to parry. I actually couldn't even parry it once, and then we jumped into the base game automatically. I got it 3 times in a row. Could not parry it once. I was able to block it, so maybe it is parryable, it's just harder. The thing is, he only seemed to do it in retaliation to me attacking, and Juggernaut, rather, that was the only time Juggernaut would do it, and so it was harder to have like a clean go at a parry, because the biggest issue with this, like all this stuff is so interesting, I super appreciate all the time that this would take, right? Like this is amazing. You know how long it would take to like go through and edit all the flowcharts, and they even document all of it. Like if you look at movesets here, you can click on movesets, and this will show you in this App X Mind website. Like this is what they did. Isn't that so cool? Like you can see all the things that they did. All this stuff. This is amazing, right? So here is all the enemies that have been modified, and then it shows you like the different flowcharts. That's awesome. But all this stuff, these other mods, which should be irrelevant to behavior changes, are embedded. There's no way. I messaged them asking, is there any way to play with just the behavior changes? They haven't gotten back to me. I doubt they'll ever read my message or reply to me. I doubt they'll ever see the stream. But I tried to reach out, and if we can come back and revisit this, maybe they'll update it. Like a version 2.0 will be much more playable. Like all this stuff basically makes it unplayable in my opinion. The biggest thing is the Eve combo tweaks. This mod breaks the game because there's like, I think what's intended is they just have preferences, and they're kind of just, they made this mod for their preferences. So like Onslaught 3 is a different button input. There's like, the rush chain, which is one of my favorite things, is now square instead of triangle. All combos can be performed while guarding. No idea what the point of that is, but these things, what it does is you can't guard cancel or dodge cancel out of startup frames, which makes the combat basically like, it feels like a PS1 game, where it's like everything is extremely committal. You basically can't do attacks because you can't. I showed it earlier. I showed it at 29 minutes. If you want to see an example, and then I showed it again a little bit, like not that long ago, but you basically can't commit to anything. So pretty much how we were playing is we were just doing aerial combos, like just doing jump and the aerial combo because it's extremely safe. Because doing regular combos, you know, normally you'd be able to like in the startup of an attack, during the startup frames, you could guard cancel and then parry and save yourself. But that is not doable with this. I'm assuming the combo tweaks mod is what is messing that up. So the combat's essentially broken. And then we have other random stuff, like there's an enhanced air dash, which is kind of, it was pretty entertaining. I don't know why. This is also bundled in, but this is what it does. Your air dash is ×3, which is entertaining, and then you can also continuously air dash. So we were able to chain like 6 air dashes in a row. It's absolutely crazy. I prefer not playing with that, obviously, because I speedrun the game and like I played the game so much. It's weird having different platforming, but it's entertaining. I don't think it has anything to do with the behavioral changes. So there's that. I would get rid of that as well. Oh, another huge issue, I'm assuming this is tied to the Eve combo tweaks, is that the free rush is broken. It does not work. I tried it a bunch of times. Every single time I tried it anyway. And if you don't know what that is, every time you do a perfect dodge, you can press triangle and you get a free rush. It's a rush attack that does not consume your rush gauge. So it's separate to that. And that doesn't work here. And I guess it's tied to something with these things, which breaks the combat. So there's that as well. Definitely missed that. All these other changes too, I don't know why this is tied to this. I would love to play with this just by itself, but like also the guns are different. When you're wearing the eagle eye, you get your ammo back. So we have infinite ammo basically. And then the way it's nerfed is that now it doesn't stun lock when shooting, but like what was wrong with just the regular guns? Also, the shotgun sounds different. I don't know, that has nothing to do with this, but they're just bundled together. That's just how it is. Hopefully they'll release everything separately so we can just play with the modified changes. That'd be awesome. Unlearn triplet and slash. This is actually awesome. This is a great mod in case you want to do a challenge run with the triplet and slash. No reason for this to be bundled in, I don't think, but it's cool that this is a mod. This is a great mod. So there's all of these things, and yeah, all we really need is just the combos to work normally, and then the biggest feedback I think that make it more fun to like play with all these enemies is that if something is an unblockable, if something is a grab, essentially, it should have a yellow circle. I don't know if that's doable, but it's kind of jarring because you'd have to play it like an NES game. You got to play that. You'd essentially have to play this like Mega Man and just see things and get hit by them, get grabbed, and then just die. That way you know, okay, that is a grab. Because otherwise there's no way to tell unless you've gotten grabbed by it once. If you instinctively parry, some things that were attacks are now grabs and you cannot parry them. Yeah, and then also we ran into some broken things. So that's just a bug fix. I'm sure that'll get fixed eventually, maybe on version 2 of the mod, or version 1.1. We fought Stalker, we could not deal damage to them with our sword. There was also a Cricket Slasher in Construction Zone, randomly, the one next to the health upgrade. Could not deal damage to that with our sword, but we could do retributions to damage it, so we killed it that way. And then that's all we really messed with. So like, the Barnacle also had interesting things. We saw that a bit. The Cricket Butcher had interesting things. Pretty interesting how you can get grabbed on the floor. Like all these things that make it like more dangerous to fight enemies is cool if it felt normal, but the combat's been broken by what I'm assuming is just this mod. And also, there's something like some NES elements there, some NES game design, and that you can't tell if something is unblockable. So, yeah, you kind of just have to like take a grab and then you know. So it does feel like it's more intended for New Game Plus when you have a gigantic health bar. Because we were playing through on New Game Hard, and once we got the Stalker, it was kind of like, all right, well, I guess that's it. That's the end of the playthrough. But I would love to revisit this at some point, because obviously the potential is huge. Yeah. Like, there's so many random things too. Like, why is the speed gear nerfed? And the double edge gear nerfed? I don't know. I'm not sure why this would be nerfed, because if we had speed gears, maybe that would at least counteract some of the issues with like the combo mod that breaks everything. If we're at least fast, maybe then we could still do combos and not have to feel like everything's overcommittal. But anywho, yeah, hopefully in the future it gets better. I said it like 20 times in the stream. This is the first release of the mod, so very likely, I wouldn't expect like a perfect no bug mod, but very likely that it'll get patched and then fixed, and it'll get better and better over time. So really looking forward to this, because I think it has a lot of potential, and they did mention future development that they'd want to work on Dozer and Corruptor, so a more interesting Corruptor would be nice. I think it'd be interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that sums up everything. The biggest problems, again, are just the combos being broken, and then my rush doesn't work. The free rush after perfect dodges is broken. Those are the biggest things. And yeah, and then I think the best change to make it way more fun would be, and at least rather make it very playable on New Game Hard, would be like if an attack is a grab now, if there's a way to put a circle, the unblockable yellow circle, that'd be cool. Because then you would at least have that there. It would still catch you by surprise because it'd come out fast, but then at least you would know, oh, that is unblockable. Because if I were to play on this for like hours and learn, it would really screw up my regular Stellar Blade knowledge. Like, it would super screw up all that. So I would feel kind of it. I don't want to spend too much time on this. You know, maybe we'll revisit it once it is patched and stuff. But yeah, definitely lots of potential. Really cool, and I can super appreciate. I showed it earlier. This is insane. Like, the fact that they document this and share it with everybody is so cool. How you can see all the changes to every single enemy combo. Like, this is amazing. So I guess this is what their plan would be for Corruptor and Dozer. But yeah, that's so cool. Oh yeah, hopefully some of those things get patched or fixed. You guess next mod could be the max damage is 1. Next mod playthrough will probably do is the Raven moveset. You feel like the behavior changes should be its own mod. Sure, all these others contribute to the glitches. Maybe, yeah, probably, potentially. It'd be easier to like figure out what is causing an issue if it was less mods instead of everything bundled, for sure. But anywho, that's it. Look out for, I'm going to try to make an offline video because I wanted to do a series of boss challenge no hitless attempts as an offline series. I want to actually start doing that. So I'm going to work on that now because I was planning to do a full playthrough, but it did not work out. So Raven Sword, it's a Raven moveset mod. So it's like a whole thing. It like changes a lot of stuff. Like, I know it changes the beta skills and the regular attacks too, I'm pretty sure. So that's the next thing. Anywho, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I do appreciate you, as always. And we'll be back tomorrow with Rebirth, Chapter 10. Speaking of Rebirth, it just got patched. So they added frame gen, which is exciting, and apparently some bug fixes and stuff. It just says added DLSS multi-frame gen support, improvements to overall game stability, including some bug fixes. So that's cool. It was like a 20 gig update too. But have a good one, everybody. Juan, Dev, Eat Your Nugget, Lidney, Antidoto, Miracle Man. I appreciate all you guys. Pope, Akai Neko, and who else did we have in here? Let's keep scrolling up. King Ray, Proto Spartan, Sravan, Pieta, Requiem Lich Victor. I appreciate all you guys. Agatoki, who left a little bit earlier. Mark, who went to bed earlier. Me'ame, thank you for tuning in. Leo Jackson. Obama Orb. And I said Juan. Nightbot is not a person. Kaneki. Zucky Jucky. Wow, we got a lot of names here. Chat's going up pretty far. Big Sid, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. That's as far as I can scroll up. So I'll see you guys next time. See you tomorrow. Peace.